Hey there folks, welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the deep places of the world, where the memory of stone runs longer than the chronicles of mortal kind, there existed a realm that had once been the pride of Durin's folk. Khazad-dûm, the Dwarrowed elf, stretched beneath the misty mountains like a vast labyrinth of wonder and woe, its halls carved from living rock in ages when the world was young and the friendship between elves and dwarves still flourished beneath the stars. But those days had long passed into legend, and the name that men and elves now whispered with dread was Moria, the Black Pit, a place of shadow and ancient evil, where the footsteps of the living seldom trod. It was in the closing years of the Third Age, when the shadow of Mordor lengthened across Middle-earth and the free peoples prepared for trials they could scarcely imagine, that Gandalf the Grey found himself standing before the western gate of Moria. The journey that had brought him to this forsaken threshold had been long and fraught with purpose, for the wizard bore knowledge that weighed heavily upon his heart. He had walked many roads in his years of wandering, counselling kings and comforting the humble, but the path that now lay before him through the depths of the mountains filled even his ancient spirit with a sense of foreboding that he could not entirely dismiss. The stars above the misty mountains burned with a cold clarity that night, indifferent to the concerns of those who walked beneath them. Gandalf stood alone before the great doors, his grey cloak stirring in the mountain wind, his staff planted firmly upon the stones that had once known the tread of countless dwarven feet. His keen eyes, which had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms, studied the ancient portal with a mixture of reverence and wariness. The doors themselves were a marvel of craft and magic, wrought in a time when the skill of dwarf and elf had combined to create wonders that would never be seen again in the diminished days of the world. The wizard's mind turned to the purpose that had brought him to this desolate place. In the libraries of Minas Tirith, among scrolls that few living souls had read, he had discovered references to something that had long troubled his thoughts. There were whispers in the old texts of a chamber deep within Moria, a place where the dwarves in their final days of glory had attempted to forge weapons capable of withstanding the growing darkness. The records were fragmentary, damaged by time and the chaos of Gondor's fading strength, but they spoke of a forge blessed by powers older than the mountain itself, and of secrets that might prove vital in the wars to come. Yet Gandalf knew well that Moria was no longer the realm it had been. The dwarves had delved too deep in their endless hunger for mithril, that precious metal lighter than silk and harder than dragon scale, and they had awakened something that had slumbered since the world was broken. The Balrog, the Flame of Udun, had driven Durin's folk from their ancestral home, and in the centuries since, the great halls had become a refuge for creatures of darkness. Orcs nested in the lower levels, and fouler things lurked in the deepest pits where even the orcs feared to venture. The wizard's fingers traced the intricate patterns upon the door, silver lines that held the moonlight like captured starshine. He spoke the words of opening in the ancient tongue of the elves, words of friendship and passage that had been set there in better days. The great doors swung inward with a groan that echoed through the darkness beyond, a sound like the earth itself lamenting what had been lost. A breath of stale air rushed out to meet him, carrying with it the scent of stone and deep water and something else, something that made his spirit recoil even as his resolve hardened. Gandalf kindled the light upon his staff, a pale illumination that pushed back the shadows but could not entirely banish them. The entrance hall stretched before him, vast and empty, its pillars rising into darkness above. Once these stones had rung with the sounds of industry and celebration, with the songs of the dwarves echoing from wall to wall in harmonies that spoke of the mountain's strength. Now there was only silence, broken occasionally by the drip of water from unseen heights and the whisper of his own footfalls upon the ancient floor. As he ventured deeper into the mountain, the wizard's senses remained alert for any sign of danger. He knew the paths through Moria, having walked them in earlier times, when friendship had still existed between himself and the dwarven lords, when the great city beneath the mountain had thrived in its power and prosperity. But the darkness had changed these halls in ways both subtle and profound. The very air seemed thick with malevolence, and the stones themselves appeared to have absorbed some essence of the terror that had driven their makers into exile. The passages branched and twisted, descending ever downward into the heart of the mountain. Gandalf chose his way with care, guided by memory and by instinct honed through long ages of wandering in the dark places of the world. He passed through chambers where great works had once been forged, their furnaces now cold and their anvils silent. He crossed bridges that spanned chasms of unknowable depth, where the sound of rushing water far below spoke of rivers that had never known the light of sun or moon. And always he felt the weight of the mountain pressing down upon him, millions of tons of stone held aloft by the skill of craftsmen long dead. In one vast hall, Gandalf paused to rest, allowing the silence to settle around him like a shroud. His mind wandered to the fellowship he knew would one day pass this way, though that future was not yet written and might never come to pass if he failed in his present purpose. He thought of the burden they would carry, and of the darkness that would pursue them through these very halls. The irony was not lost upon him that he now walked alone, where he would later walk with companions, seeking knowledge that might help them survive what was to come. The wizard's eyes fell upon a great pillar nearby, and his heart grew heavy with sorrow. Carved into the stone were names in the angular script of the dwarves, a memorial to those who had fallen in the final defence of Khazad-dûm. Among them he recognised names he'd known in life, warriors who had stood beside him in battles long ago, craftsmen whose works he had admired, lords who had shared their counsel and their mead in halls now drowned in shadow. Time had taken them all, and the darkness had claimed their home. Rising from his rest, Gandalf pressed onward, knowing that he could not afford to linger in melancholy. Somewhere in the depths below lay the chamber he sought, and with it perhaps the knowledge that would prove crucial in the struggles ahead. But he also knew that every step deeper into Moria brought him closer to the ancient evil that lurked in its lowest halls. The Balrog was not the only danger that dwelt in these forsaken deeps, though it was certainly the greatest. There were other things, older and stranger, that had made their homes in the darkness after the dwarves had fled. The path descended through a series of great stairs, carved from the living rock and worn smooth by countless generations of dwarven feet. The wizard's staff cast dancing shadows upon the walls, and in those shadows he sometimes glimpsed shapes that might have been merely tricks of the light, or might have been something far more sinister. His hand never strayed far from his sword, and his words of power remained ready upon his lips, for he had not survived uncounted years by growing careless in the presence of danger. At length Gandalf came to a crossroads where 3 passages branched away into the mountain's depths. He stood in contemplation, his light casting long shadows that seemed to point accusingly down each darkened corridor. The air here was different, carrying a faint warmth that spoke of fires burning far below, and with it came a smell that made his nostrils flare with recognition. Sulphur and ash, the ancient reek of the earth's burning heart, rose from the depths like the breath of some slumbering beast. He knew then that he was drawing near to the lower deeps, where the dwarves in their pride had delved too greedily and too deep. The wizard chose the leftmost passage, guided by memories that stirred like ghosts in his mind. He recalled a conversation from centuries past, when Thrain, son of Thror, had spoken of the hidden forges in hushed tones over the cups of ale in Erebor. The old dwarf king had been consumed with dreams of reclaiming Moria even then, though he would never live to see that dream fulfilled. Thrain had mentioned a series of chambers that lay beyond the great crossroads, places where the most skilled smiths had worked their craft in secret, creating weapons and armour for the defences of the realm. If the chamber Gandalf sought still existed, it would lie in that direction. The passage narrowed as he progressed, forcing him to bow his head beneath arches that had been sized for the stocky frames of dwarves rather than the taller forms of wizards. The walls here bore marks of tool and hammer, the patient work of generations who had shaped the living stone with care and reverence. In places, veins of crystal caught the light from his staff and threw it back in prismatic splendour, brief moments of beauty in the overwhelming darkness. These were remnants of Moria's glory, small reminders of what had been lost when greed and ambition had brought ruin upon Durin's folk. A sound reached his ears then, faint but unmistakable, the scrape of claws upon stone, the guttural muttering of creatures that shunned the light. Orcs. Gandalf's jaw tightened and he dimmed his staff until it gave barely more light than a candle's flame. He had no desire for confrontation if it could be avoided, for his purpose required stealth and haste, not battle. The wizard pressed himself against the wall and waited, his breathing slow and controlled as the sounds grew closer. They came shambling through a side passage he had not noticed, a small band of perhaps 6 or 7 orcs, their twisted forms hunched and wary. They carried crude weapons and bore the marks of their kind, the yellow eyes that gleamed with malice, and the bent backs that spoke of lives lived in hatred and pain. Gandalf watched them pass, his presence concealed by arts older than the mountain itself, and he felt a familiar mixture of pity and revulsion. These creatures had once been elves, corrupted and broken by dark powers in ages past, their beauty and grace transformed into this mockery of life. They were victims as much as they were enemies, though that truth made them no less dangerous. When the orcs had vanished down the corridor, their voices fading into the distance, Gandalf emerged from his concealment and continued his descent. But the encounter had reminded him that he was not alone in these depths, and that his presence would eventually be discovered if he lingered too long. The orcs would have sentries posted throughout the upper levels, and their drums would carry news of intruders faster than any messenger could run. He would need to reach his destination and depart before the alarm was raised, or he might find himself fighting a running battle through mile after mile of darkened tunnels. The passage opened suddenly into a chamber of such vastness that even Gandalf's light could not reach its far walls. This was one of the great halls of Khazad-dûm, a space that could have held 1,000 dwarves and all their works with room to spare. Pillars rose like petrified trees, each one carved with intricate patterns that told the history of Durin's folk in stone. Gandalf walked among them, his footsteps echoing in the emptiness, and he read the stories they told. Here were depicted the awakening of Durin beneath Mount Gundabad, the founding of Khazad-dûm in the Elder Days, the friendship with the elves of Eregion, and the crafting of wonders that would never be equalled. But there were darker tales carved here as well, added in later times when the pride of the dwarves had begun to turn toward obsession. Images of miners delving ever deeper, of mithril veins that beckoned them downward into the mountain's roots, of warnings ignored and caution abandoned. And at the last, carved with a crude hand that spoke of haste and fear, were images of flame and shadow, of dwarves fleeing before something terrible, of halls emptied and treasures abandoned. The final pillar bore no carvings at all, as though the story had been left unfinished, the chisel fallen from dead hands before the tale could reach its end. Gandalf felt the weight of ages pressing upon his spirit as he contemplated these silent witnesses to catastrophe. How many times had he seen this same pattern repeated across the long years of his wandering? Pride leading to ambition, ambition to greed, and greed inevitably to ruin. The race of men was not immune to this failing, nor were the elves entirely free from it, but in the dwarves it burned with a particular intensity, perhaps because they had been created to endure, to delve and build and craft, and their very nature drove them always to seek what lay hidden beneath the earth. Beyond the hall of pillars lay a broad stairway that descended in a long, sweeping curve. Gandalf paused at its head, peering down into the darkness below. The stairs were worn smooth by countless feet, and in places they were cracked or broken, as though some great weight had passed over them, or some tremor had shaken the mountain's foundations. A faint red glow emanated from the depths, pulsing like a heartbeat, and with it came waves of heat that made the air shimmer and dance. The wizard knew what that glow signified. Somewhere far below, in the deepest pits of Moria, the Balrog kept its vigil. The demon of the ancient world had made its lair in the lowest halls, where the heat of the earth's fire rose through cracks in the stone and the darkness was absolute. It slept often, that creature of shadow and flame, but its sleep was restless and easily disturbed. The glow that Gandalf now perceived was a sign that the Balrog stirred in its dreams, perhaps sensing the presence of an intruder in its domain. For a moment the wizard considered abandoning his quest. The knowledge he sought would be of little use if he perished in the obtaining of it, and there was no shame in recognizing when discretions outweighed valor. But even as the thought formed, he dismissed it. The dark times ahead would require every advantage, every scrap of lore and wisdom that could be gathered. If there was even a chance that the hidden forge contained something of value, something that might aid the free peoples in their struggle against the shadow, then he could not turn back simply because the path was perilous. Gandalf descended the great stair with measured steps, his staff held high and his senses alert for any signs of danger. The heat increased with every step until sweat beaded upon his brow and his grey robes clung to his frame. The red glow grew brighter, painting the walls in hues of crimson and orange, and he could hear now a distant rumbling, like the voice of the mountain itself groaning in troubled sleep. The air tasted of metal and smoke, and each breath burned in his lungs like the draught from a furnace. At the stair's foot lay another passage, narrower than those above and clearly less travelled. Gandalf could see by the dust that lay thick upon the floor that no feet had walked this way in many years, perhaps not since the dwarves had fled their ancient home. The walls here were rough-hewn, lacking the polish and artistry of the upper levels, suggesting that this tunnel had been carved in haste or in secret, a hidden way known only to a few. This matched what he'd learned from the fragmentary records in Minas Tirith, and his hope quickened that he was indeed on the right path. The hidden passage wound through the mountain's heart like a serpent, twisting and turning in ways that seemed to defy reason. Gandalf followed its course with growing certainty that it had been designed to confuse and mislead, a deliberate maze meant to protect whatever lay at its end. The dwarves had been masters of such craft, creating corridors that appeared to lead nowhere but, in fact, concealed paths to their most precious treasures. Only those who knew the secret could navigate these ways without becoming hopelessly lost in the labyrinth of stone. After what seemed like hours of careful progress, the passage opened into a chamber that took the wizard's breath away. Here at last was the forge he had sought, and it was more magnificent than the ancient texts had suggested. The room was circular, its walls lined with alcoves containing tools and implements of surpassing craftsmanship. In the centre stood an anvil of black iron, its surface unmarred despite the centuries of abandonment. Behind it rose the forge itself, a great hearth built into the living rock, its mouth gaping like the maw of some patient beast waiting to be fed. But it was not the forge that commanded Gandalf's attention. Upon the walls, carved in runes that glowed with their own faint light, were inscriptions in the secret language of the dwarves. The wizard approached them reverently, his fingers tracing the ancient characters as he read their message. These were the words of Narvi, the greatest smith of Khazad-dûm, written in the final days before the Balrog's awakening. They spoke of a desperate attempt to forge weapons that could stand against the shadow, of techniques learned from the elves of a region and adapted to dwarven craft, of successes and failures in equal measure. The inscriptions told of an alloy unknown in later ages, a combination of mithril and other metals bound together through arts that required not merely skill, but understanding of the deep magic that ran through all created things. Weapons forged from this alloy would hold an edge that never dulled, would be light enough for even a halfling to wield, yet strong enough to cleave through the armour of trolls. But more importantly, they would carry within them a resistance to the corruption of dark powers, a quality that made them invaluable against servants of the enemy. Gandalf's heart raced as he read these words, for here was knowledge that had been thought lost forever. If this craft could be rediscovered, if smiths could be taught these techniques, then the free peoples might arm themselves with weapons worthy of the coming struggle. But even as hope kindled in his breast, he saw the final lines of Narvi's inscription, and his joy turned to dismay. The secret of the alloy required a source of heat greater than any ordinary forge could provide, a fire that burned with the intensity of the earth's own heart. And there was only one such source in all of Moria. The wizard's gaze turned to the forge before him, and understanding dawned like a cold sun. This chamber had been built directly above one of the fire streams that ran through the mountain's deepest levels, channels of molten rock that flowed from the same primordial furnace where the Balrog now made its lair. A system of vents and channels, cunningly designed, could draw that terrible heat upward into the forge, providing the temperatures needed for the craft. But to activate those channels now would be to send a clarion call into the depths, alerting the demon to the presence of an intruder in the halls above. Gandalf stood in silent contemplation, weighing the value of the knowledge against the risk of awakening what slept below. The inscription continued, detailing the precise measurements and techniques required for the forging, information so valuable that it could not be left to memory alone. He would need to transcribe these runes, to carry this knowledge back to the surface where it might be preserved and studied. But the very act of spending the time required for such transcription increased the danger of discovery. The wizard's decision was made swiftly. He drew from his robes a small book, bound in leather and filled with blank pages that he carried for just such purposes. His hands moved with practiced efficiency as he began to copy the inscriptions, his script small and precise to preserve every detail. The runes themselves seemed to resist his efforts, their meaning shifting and changing as he worked, as though Na'vi had bound some protection into the very words to prevent their secrets from being easily stolen. But Gandalf's knowledge ran deep, and he spoke counterwords in the ancient tongue, binding the meaning in place long enough to capture it upon his pages. As he worked, the wizard's ears caught a new sound drifting up from the depths. The rumbling he had heard before had changed in character, becoming more rhythmic, more purposeful. Something was stirring in the lower halls, and whether it was the Balrog itself or some other creature of darkness he could not tell. But the sound grew steadily louder, accompanied now by a trembling in the stone beneath his feet, as though vast footsteps were ascending from the abyss. Gandalf's hands moved faster, racing against time and the approaching danger. Sweat dripped from his brow onto the pages of his book, and his fingers cramped with the effort of transcription, but he did not pause. 3/4 of the inscription was captured now, the most crucial elements of Na'vi's craft preserved in his careful script. But the final quarter remained, containing refinements and variations that might prove essential to the successful recreation of the technique. The trembling grew stronger, and now Gandalf could hear voices echoing through the passages behind him. Orcs, alerted by the disturbance in the depths, were coming to investigate. They would be drawn to this chamber by curiosity and by the ancient prohibition that had been laid upon it in the final days of Moria's glory. The dwarves who had sealed this place had not done so lightly, and the orcs who now infested these halls would remember the stories, even if they did not understand them. The wizard made his choice. With swift, decisive movements, he completed his transcription of the most vital portions of the inscription, then closed his book and secured it within his robes. The remainder of Na'vi's knowledge would have to stay hidden in the mountain, waiting perhaps for another seeker in some distant age. It grieved him to leave the work incomplete, but wisdom demanded that he preserve what he had gained, rather than risk losing everything in pursuit of perfection. Gandalf turned from the forge and moved swiftly toward the passage by which he had entered. But even as he reached its mouth, he heard the scrape of clawed feet upon stone and saw the flicker of torches approaching. The orcs were closer than he had realized, and the route he had taken into the chamber was now cut off. His mind raced through the possibilities, recalling the layout of Moria's halls from his previous visits, seeking an alternative path that might lead him back to the upper levels without confrontation. His eyes fell upon a darkened opening on the far side of the forge chamber, barely visible in the shadows. It was small, scarcely large enough for a dwarf to pass through comfortably, and it descended rather than climbed. Every instinct warned him against venturing deeper into the mountain when his goal was to escape, but the approaching orcs left him little choice. Gandalf hurried across the chamber, ducking low to enter the narrow passage, and immediately felt the temperature rise as he descended into the mountain's depths. This tunnel was different from those he'd traversed before. The walls were not carved but natural, a fissure in the rock that the dwarves had discovered and widened just enough to permit passage. Water trickled down the stone, hissing as it struck heated surfaces, and the air was thick with steam that obscured vision and made breathing difficult. Gandalf's staff provided little light here, for the moisture in the air scattered and diffused its radiance, creating a ghostly glow that revealed more shadows than substance. The passage twisted downward in a tight spiral, and Gandalf descended with growing unease. He was moving in the wrong direction, away from safety and toward the very heart of the mountain's danger. but behind him he could hear the orcs entering the forge chamber, their harsh voices raised in surprise and anger at finding the sealed room opened. They would search for the intruder, and if they caught his scent in the narrow passage, they would pursue him like hounds after a fox. After a descent that seemed endless, the passage finally levelled out and emerged onto a narrow ledge overlooking a vast chasm. Gandalf's breath caught in his throat at the sight that met his eyes. The chasm stretched away into darkness in both directions, its walls glowing with the ruddy light of molten rock that flowed far below. This was one of the great fire rivers of Moria, a remnant of the mountain's creation when the world was young and the earth still remembered the songs that had shaped it. The heat rising from the depths was almost unbearable, and Gandalf felt his strength beginning to wane. He was old, though his body did not show it, and the long journey through Moria had taxed him more than he cared to admit. But he could not rest here, not with pursuit so close behind. The ledge ran along the chasm's edge, disappearing into the darkness ahead, and it seemed to be his only option for continued flight. The wizard began to make his way along the narrow path, his staff held before him for balance and his back pressed against the wall of the chasm. Each step required careful placement, for the stone was slick with moisture and crumbling in places where the heat had weakened it. Below him, the fire river roared and bubbled, sending up gouts of flame that licked at the air mere feet beneath the ledge. One misstep, one moment of inattention, and he would plunge into that inferno. The ledge narrowed as Gandalf progressed, until he was moving sideways, his grey robe scraping against the stone wall at his back. The heat from below seemed to intensify with each step, as though the fire river sensed his presence and sought to draw him down into its embrace. Sweat poured from his face, stinging his eyes and making his hands slippery upon his staff. He had walked through many perils in his long years, had faced dragons and wraiths and worse, but there was something particularly terrible about this slow journey along the edge of destruction, where a single mistake would mean an end without hope of salvation. Behind him, echoing through the passage from the forge chamber, came the sounds of pursuit. The orcs had found his trail, and their excited howls suggested they believed they had cornered their prey. Gandalf knew the creatures well enough to understand their tactics. They would send runners ahead through other passages, seeking to cut off his escape, while the main body followed his track like wolves on a blood scent. The ledge he now traversed might lead to safety, or it might end in a precipice or a dead end, leaving him trapped between the orcs and the burning river. The wizard's foot slipped on a patch of wet stone, and for one heart-stopping moment he teetered on the edge of the abyss. His staff shot out, catching against a projection in the wall, and he threw his weight backward, pressing himself flat against the stone until his balance returned. Below him, the fire river surged as though reaching for him, a pillar of flame rising from its surface to dance and writhe in the superheated air. Gandalf waited until his breathing steadied, then continued his careful progress, each movement deliberate and controlled. The chasm began to widen as he moved along its length, and the ledge gradually broadened until he could walk more normally, though still with care. The walls here showed signs of dwarven work, chisel marks indicating that this natural fissure had been shaped and reinforced in ages past. Gandalf's hopes rose slightly. If the dwarves had worked here, then this passage must lead somewhere, must connect to the greater network of tunnels that honeycombed the mountain. He pressed forward with renewed determination, ignoring the fatigue that weighted his limbs and the burning in his lungs from breathing the heated air. A bridge appeared ahead, spanning the chasm in a graceful arc of stone. It was narrow, scarcely 3 feet wide, without railings or safety barriers of any kind. The dwarves who had built it had possessed a different relationship with heights than other races, walking such spans with the same confidence that hobbits showed in their gardens. Gandalf approached the bridge and tested it carefully with his staff, seeking any sign of weakness or decay. The stone seemed solid enough, though blackened by centuries of heat and scored in places where falling rock had struck it. He stepped onto the bridge, moving with measured tread, his eyes fixed on the far side where another passage opened in the chasm wall. The bridge swayed slightly beneath his weight, a movement so subtle that he might have imagined it, yet it sent a chill through his heart despite the oppressive heat. Behind him, the sounds of pursuit grew louder, and he knew the orcs had entered the chasm passage. They would see him on the bridge, exposed and vulnerable, an easy target for their arrows. Gandalf quickened his pace, abandoning caution for speed. The bridge trembled more noticeably now, and he heard a grinding sound from beneath his feet, the protest of stone that had endured too long at the edge of its strength. Halfway across, an arrow whistled past his head, close enough that he felt the wind of its passage. The orcs had reached the ledge and were drawing their bows, their cruel laughter echoing across the chasm. Another arrow followed the first, striking sparks from the stone near his feet. The wizard raised his staff and spoke a word of power. Light blazed from its tip, brilliant and blinding, filling the chasm with radiance that drove back the shadows and dazzled the eyes of his pursuers. The orcs shrieked and stumbled, covering their faces against the hated light. In that moment of respite, Gandalf reached the far side of the bridge and dove into the passage beyond. Behind him, the orcs recovered their sight and resumed their pursuit, but their crossing would take time, and that time was a precious gift. The passage climbed steeply, a series of rough steps cut into the living rock. Gandalf ascended as quickly as his weary legs could manage, his staff providing light and support in equal measure. The air grew marginally cooler as he climbed, suggesting that he was indeed moving away from the Fire River and toward the upper levels of Moria. But the passage was long and the steps were high, sized for dwarven legs rather than the longer stride of a wizard, and each one became an individual challenge as exhaustion began to claim him. At last the steps ended, opening into a long corridor that stretched away into darkness. Gandalf paused to catch his breath, leaning heavily upon his staff. His body ached with fatigue and his robes were soaked with sweat, but there was no time for rest. The orcs would be crossing the bridge even now, and their numbers would give them strength where his solitary journey had drained his reserves. He must find a way to the upper halls and from there to the eastern gate, putting as much distance as possible between himself and his pursuers. The corridor presented a new challenge, for it branched and forked repeatedly, creating a maze of possibilities. Gandalf's memory of Moria's layout, comprehensive though it was, did not extend to these lowest passages. The dwarves had never shown him these ways during his previous visits, perhaps because they themselves seldom ventured into the deeps except when necessity demanded. He was forced to choose his path by instinct and by reading the subtle signs in the stone, the flow of air and the faint traces of ancient craftsmanship that might indicate a major thoroughfare. He chose a passage that angled upward, reasoning that any route that climbed would eventually lead to the higher levels. The corridor was wide here, suggesting it had once been an important way, though the dust that lay thick upon the floor showed that it had not been travelled in many years. Gandalf moved as swiftly as silence would allow, his ears straining for any sound of pursuit. The orcs had fallen quiet, which worried him more than their earlier noise. Silent orcs were hunting orcs, moving with purpose and coordination rather than in the disorganized rabble that characterized their usual behavior. The passage opened suddenly into a great hall, and Gandalf stopped at its threshold in wonder and sorrow. Here was a place he recognized, though he had not expected to find it by this route. This was the Hall of Gathering, where the dwarves had assembled in times of celebration and crisis, where kings had made pronouncements and warriors had sworn oaths. Gandalf had stood in this very hall centuries ago, when Thror ruled in Moria and the mountains still rang with the sounds of industry and song. Now it was a place of desolation. The great throne at the hall's far end stood empty, its mithril inlays tarnished and dulled. The pillars that supported the vaulted ceiling were cracked and broken in places, and the floor was littered with debris. But most terrible of all were the bones. Scattered across the hall in drifts and piles were the remains of dwarves who had died in the final defence of their realm, their bodies left where they fell because there had been no one to give them proper burial. Gandalf's heart clenched at the sight, and he whispered a prayer in the ancient tongue, commending their spirits to whatever rest awaited them beyond the circles of the world. A sound from behind brought him back to the immediate danger. The orcs had found his trail again, and their footsteps echoed through the corridor he'd just left. Gandalf hurried across the hall, picking his way carefully through these scattered bones and fallen stones. On the far side, 3 passages opened into darkness, each one a potential route to safety or disaster. He paused, trying to orient himself to recall which of these ways would lead to the eastern gate. Before he could choose, a new sound reached his ears, different from the approaching orcs. It was a deep, resonant drumming, rhythmic and purposeful, coming from somewhere far below. Gandalf's blood ran cold, for he knew that sound. It was the drums of the deep, the signal that the orcs used to communicate across the vast distances of Moria's halls. They were calling for reinforcements, alerting every band and tribe within the mountain that prey had been found. Within hours, perhaps even minutes, these halls would swarm with enemies, all seeking the intruder who had dared to enter their domain. The wizard made his decision in an instant. He chose the rightmost passage, trusting to instinct and to the faint movement of air that suggested an opening somewhere ahead. His staff blazed brighter as he ran, abandoning stealth for speed, for there was no longer any point in trying to hide his presence. The orcs knew he was here, knew his approximate location, and were converging from all directions. His only hope now was to reach the eastern gate before they could cut off his escape. The passage twisted and turned, rising steadily through the mountain's heart. Gandalf's breath came in ragged gasps, and his legs trembled with exhaustion, but he drove himself onward through sheer force of will. He had survived too many perils and lived too many years to fall in these forsaken halls, his quest incomplete and his knowledge lost. The book in his robes, with its precious transcription of Navi's craft, must reach the surface. That knowledge might prove vital in the wars to come, might mean the difference between victory and defeat for the Free Peoples. Behind him, the sounds of pursuit multiplied. The orcs were coming from multiple directions now, their voices raised in anticipation of the kill. Gandalf could hear the leaders urging their followers to greater speed, promising them rich rewards for the capture of a wizard. They did not know his name, did not understand who walked among them, but they recognized power when they sensed it, and they hungered to tear it down. The passage Gandalf had chosen began to narrow once more, forcing him to slow his desperate flight. The walls pressed close on either side, their surfaces rough and unworked, suggesting that this tunnel had been carved hastily or had never been properly finished. The wizard's shoulders brushed against stone as he hurried forward, and twice he had to turn sideways to squeeze through particularly tight sections. Behind him, the orcs' voices grew momentarily quieter as they too encountered the constricted passage, their larger numbers becoming a hindrance in the confined space. Gandalf emerged from the narrow way into a chamber that stopped him in his tracks despite the urgency of his flight. Here was something he had not expected to find, something that the ancient records had never mentioned. The chamber was perfectly circular, its walls smooth as glass and covered with inscriptions in a script that predated even the runes of the dwarves. The writing glowed with a faint phosphorescence, casting an eerie light that made the wizard's own staff seem dim by comparison. In the centre of the chamber stood a single pillar of crystal, clear as water, and tall as 3 dwarves standing one upon another. Within the crystal, suspended as if in ice, was an object that made Gandalf's heart race with recognition and dread. It was a sword, ancient beyond reckoning, its blade black as midnight and covered with runes that seemed to writhe and shift when viewed directly. The wizard had seen such weapons before, in the dark years of the First Age, when Morgoth had armed his captains with blades forged in malice and quenched in the blood of captives. This was an artifact of the enemy, a thing of power and corruption that had somehow found its way into the depths of Moria. The dwarves must have discovered it during their delving and, recognizing its evil nature, had sealed it away in this hidden chamber. The inscriptions on the walls were wards and bindings, spells woven by those who understood the danger of such relics. They proclaimed in the ancient tongue that this blade must never be drawn, never be touched, for it carried within it a fragment of the darkness that had nearly destroyed the world in ages past. Gandalf tore his gaze from the imprisoned sword and looked about the chamber for another exit. His brief study of the inscriptions had revealed that this place was a dead end, a vault designed to contain rather than to permit passage. The only way out was the narrow tunnel through which he had entered, and through that tunnel came the sounds of the pursuing orcs, growing louder with each passing moment. He was trapped, caught between the advancing enemy and walls that offered no escape. The wizard's mind raced through possibilities. He could not fight his way through the orcs, not when they numbered in the dozens and more were surely coming. The narrow passage would limit their advantage of numbers, but it would also prevent him from using his greater powers effectively, and the prolonged battle would exhaust him long before the last orc fell. He could attempt to parley with them, but orcs respected only strength and feared only pain, and they would see his cornered state as weakness to be exploited. His eyes fell again upon the crystal pillar and the dark sword it contained. A desperate plan began to form in his mind, one that carried enormous risk but might provide the distraction he needed. The wards that sealed the blade were ancient and powerful, but they were not invulnerable. With the right words and the proper application of force, they could be broken. And if the blade were released, if its corrupting presence was suddenly unleashed in these halls, the orcs would flee in terror, for even their debased spirits would recognize and fear such malevolence. But Gandalf hesitated, his hand raised toward the crystal, his words of unbinding ready upon his lips. To release such a weapon, even temporarily, even for the purpose of creating a diversion, was to risk catastrophe. The blade would not remain quiescent once freed. It would seek a wielder, would whisper promises of power to any who came near, and it would corrupt whatever hand grasped its hilt. Some desperate orc or ambitious dwarf explorer in future years might claim it, and through that claiming, the darkness would spread once more across Middle-earth. The decision was taken from him as the first orcs burst into the chamber, their weapons raised and their yellow eyes gleaming with bloodlust. They had expected to find him cowering or preparing to fight, and the sight of him standing calmly before the crystal pillar confused them for a crucial moment. Gandalf seized that moment, his staff blazing with sudden brilliance as he spoke words that echoed with authority and power. The light from his staff became a wall of white fire that stretched across the chamber, separating him from the orcs. The creatures shrieked and fell back, covering their eyes against the radiance that burned like a fragment of the sun brought into the darkness beneath the mountain. But Gandalf knew that this barrier would not hold them for long. Already the boldest among them were probing its edges, seeking a weakness, and their leaders were rallying the rest with shouts and curses. The wizard turned his attention to the chamber walls, studying the ancient inscriptions with a desperate intensity. There had to be another way out, some secret passage or hidden door that the dwarves would have included as a precaution. They had been too wise to create a vault with only one entrance, too cautious to trap themselves should something go wrong during the sealing of the evil blade. His eyes scanned the glowing runes, reading their message even as he maintained the wall of fire behind him. And there, half hidden among the wards and warnings, he found what he sought. A sequence of runes that described a secondary passage, a tunnel so narrow and treacherous that it could be used only by those desperate enough to risk its dangers. The tunnel led downward first, descending into regions where even the orcs feared to go, but it eventually turned upward again and connected to the great stair that climbed to Moria's upper levels. It was a route of last resort designed for emergencies exactly like the one that now faced him. Gandalf's fingers traced the wall where the inscription indicated the hidden door should be. The stone felt no different from the surrounding rock, and he could see no crack or seam that might suggest an opening. But the runes did not lie, and the dwarves had been masters of concealment. He spoke a word of revealing, an ancient charm that he had learned in the libraries of Rivendell, and the stone seemed to shimmer and fade, becoming transparent enough that he could see the darkness of a passage beyond. The wall of fire behind him flickered and dimmed as the orcs found its weakness. They were pouring water from their skins onto the floor, creating steam that rose and interfered with the magic sustaining the barrier. Clever, Gandalf thought grimly. Someone among them understood basic principles of opposing forces, possibly an orc who had once served a more knowledgeable master. The barrier would fail within moments, and then the full horde would rush forward. The wizard pressed his hand against the transparent section of wall and pushed. The stone resisted for a moment, then swung inward on hidden hinges, revealing a passage so narrow that he would have to crawl. There was no time for hesitation, no opportunity for second thoughts. Gandalf dropped to his hands and knees and scrambled into the opening, pulling his staff after him. Behind him, the wall of fire collapsed with a sound like breaking glass, and the orcs surged forward with triumphant howls. But their triumph turned to confusion when they found the chamber apparently empty, their prey vanished as if by sorcery. The cleverer among them began searching the walls, suspecting a hidden door, while others clustered around the crystal pillar, their attention drawn to the dark blade it contained. Gandalf, crawling through the narrow tunnel beyond the secret door, heard their raised voices and knew that time was against him. Soon enough they would find the passage he had taken, and then the pursuit would resume in earnest. The tunnel lived up to its treacherous reputation. It descended at a sharp angle, forcing Gandalf to brace himself against the walls to control his slide. The stone was slick with moisture and covered in places with some kind of fungus that gave off a faint luminescence, barely enough to see by even with his wizard's sight. The passage twisted and turned unpredictably, sometimes narrowing until he could barely squeeze through, other times widening into small chambers where water dripped from unseen heights above. After what seemed like hours of crawling and sliding, the tunnel finally began to level out and then, true to the promise of the inscriptions, to climb. Gandalf's relief was tempered by exhaustion. His hands were scraped raw from gripping rough stone, his knees ached from the constant pressure, and his back protested every movement. He was no longer young, despite the appearance his current form presented, and the long journey through the Moria's depths had taxed him nearly to his limits. The climbing passage presented new challenges. In places it was nearly vertical, requiring him to wedge himself between the walls and inch upward, using pressure and friction. His staff, which had been such a comfort and aid throughout his journey, became an awkward burden that he was forced to carry clenched between his teeth. The taste of the ancient wood was bitter, and more than once he nearly dropped it as fatigue made his jaw muscles tremble. But still he climbed, driven by necessity and by the knowledge that behind him the orcs were surely following. They would navigate the narrow passage more easily than he, their smaller size and greater agility in such spaces giving them advantage. The wizard could hear them now, distant but distinct, their voices echoing through the tunnel as they coordinated their pursuit. They had found his trail and were following with the persistence of hounds. The climbing passage finally opened into a broader corridor, and Gandalf pulled himself up onto level ground with a gasp of relief. He lay for a moment on the cold stone, his chest heaving and his limbs trembling with exhaustion. Every muscle in his body screamed for rest, but the sounds of pursuit echoing from the passage below denied him even a moment's respite. The wizard forced himself to his feet, swaying slightly as fatigue threatened to overcome him, and stumbled forward into the corridor. This passage was different from those he had traversed before. The walls here bore marks of great violence, deep gouges and scorch marks that spoke of battles fought long ago. Broken weapons lay scattered across the floor, their blades rusted and their hafts rotted to fragments. Among the debris, Gandalf saw bones, both dwarf and orc, locked together in eternal combat. This had been one of the last battlegrounds when Moria fell, a place where Durin's folk had made a desperate stand against the darkness that had overwhelmed their realm. The wizard's foot struck something that rolled away with a metallic clatter. He looked down and saw a helm, once magnificent but now dented and stained. It bore the crest of Durin's house, marking it as the possession of one of the royal guard. Gandalf bent and picked it up, turning it in his hands. Inside the helm, scratched in rough runes, was a name: Balin, son of Fundin. His heart grew heavy, for he had known Balin, had counselled him against his doomed attempt to reclaim Moria. The helm must have belonged to an ancestor, worn by one who fell in the original disaster. A sound from behind brought Gandalf's attention, snapping back to the present danger. The orcs were emerging from the climbing passage, their forms silhouetted against the faint glow of the fungus that lined its walls. They saw him standing in the corridor and raised a cry of triumph, rushing forward with weapons brandished. The wizard counted at least a dozen in the first wave, with more surely following behind. Gandalf raised his staff and spoke a word of power. The corridor behind him erupted with light and sound, a thunderclap that shook dust from the ceiling and sent cracks racing through the ancient stone. The leading orcs were thrown backward by the blast, tumbling into those behind them, creating a tangle of thrashing limbs and cursing voices. But the wizard knew his victory was temporary. The passage was too strong to collapse fully, and the orcs too numerous to be stopped by a single spell, however powerful. He turned and ran, his exhaustion forgotten in the surge of desperate energy that fear can provide. The corridor stretched ahead into darkness, and he followed it without knowing where it might lead, trusting that any path forward was better than standing to face overwhelming numbers. His staff provided light to guide his steps, though he kept its radiance dim to avoid giving the orcs an easy beacon to follow. The passage began to climb again, a gradual slope that led ever upward through the mountain's heart. Gandalf's legs burned with effort, and his breath came in harsh gasps, but he maintained his pace, driven by the knowledge that to slow was to die. Behind him, the orcs had recovered from his spell and resumed their pursuit with renewed vigour. Their drummers had joined them now, beating out a rhythm that echoed through the halls, a sound designed to strike fear into the hearts of their prey. The corridor opened suddenly into a vast space, and Gandalf stumbled to a halt at its threshold. Before him, stretched the Great Hall of Thrain, one of the mightiest chambers ever carved by dwarvish hands. The ceiling soared hundreds of feet overhead, supported by pillars carved to resemble mighty trees with branches that interlocked in a canopy of stone. The floor was paved with blocks of marble, each one precisely fitted to its neighbours, creating a surface so smooth that it seemed to have been polished by the passage of countless feet. But the hall's beauty was marred by the marks of its fall. Great cracks ran through the pillars, and several had collapsed entirely, their shattered remains lying in the heaps upon the floor. The marble pavement was broken in places, revealing dark chasms beneath, and everywhere, scattered like fallen leaves after a storm, were the signs of battle and death. This had been the site of the final stand, where King Nine and his household guard had faced the Balrog itself in a desperate attempt to allow the rest of the dwarven folk to escape. Gandalf's eyes swept across the hall, seeking a route to the far side where he could see the great stair that led to the upper levels. But between him and that goal lay a treacherous landscape of broken stone and hidden pits. To cross directly would be to risk a fatal misstep in the darkness, yet to seek a safer path would give the orcs time to surround him. He made his decision quickly, choosing the direct route despite its dangers. The wizard moved out into the hall, his staff held high to provide maximum illumination. He picked his way carefully between the debris, testing each step before committing his weight. Behind him, the orcs burst into the hall with howls of anticipation. They had him now, or so they believed, trapped in open ground where their numbers would tell. They spread out as they advanced, forming a wide arc designed to cut off any escape. Gandalf reached the midpoint of the hall when disaster struck. His foot came down on a seemingly solid block of marble, but the stone shifted beneath him, tilting and sliding. He threw himself sideways as the block tumbled into a pit that had been hidden beneath it, pulling several adjacent stones with it in a cascade of falling rock. The wizard landed hard, his staff flying from his grasp and skittering away across the smooth marble. For a moment he lay stunned, the breath knocked from his lungs. The orcs saw their opportunity and charged forward with renewed speed, their weapons raised for the kill. Gandalf struggled to rise, his hand reaching desperately for his staff, but it lay 10 feet away and the orcs were nearly upon him. His fingers closed on the hilt of his sword instead, the blade that he carried but rarely drew, for his battles were fought more often with words and wisdom than with steel. The sword sang as it left its scabbard, a clear note that rang through the hall like a bell. The blade was ancient, forged in Gondolin before its fall, and it blazed with white light at the approach of the orcs. Glamdring, the foe hammer, had tasted orc blood many times in the wars of the Elder Days, and it hungered for battle once more. Gandalf rose to his feet as the first orc reached him, and his blade flashed in a silver arc that sent the creature's head tumbling from its shoulders. The wizard fought with the desperate skill of one who has no other choice, his sword weaving a pattern of death around him. The orcs fell back before his onslaught, their initial confidence shaken by the blazing blade and the terrible strength in the arms that wielded it. But they were many and he was one, and gradually they began to surround him, probing for weaknesses in his defence. An orc lunged from his blind side, its spear aimed at his back. Gandalf spun and struck the weapon aside, but in doing so he opened himself to an attack from the front. A crude sword slashed across his ribs, cutting through his robes and drawing blood. The wizard felt the hot pain of the wound but did not falter, his blade striking back to slay the orc who had wounded him. The battle became a blur of motion and pain. Gandalf lost count of the enemies he struck down, aware only of the constant need to move, to parry, to strike before he could be struck. His strength was failing, his movements growing slower as blood loss and exhaustion took their toll. The orcs sensed his weakness and pressed their advantage, their attacks becoming more coordinated and confident. Then, just when it seemed that he must surely fall beneath their numbers, a new sound echoed through the hall. It was a horn, clear and pure, its notes cutting through the clash of battle like light through darkness. The orcs froze, their faces twisting with confusion and fear. The horn sounded again, closer now, and with it came the thunder of approaching feet. Into the hall burst a company of dwarves, their armour gleaming and their axes singing as they fell upon the orcs from behind. The leader of the dwarves was a warrior of such bearing and might that even in his desperate state Gandalf recognised him. This was Dain Ironfoot, Lord of the Iron Hills, leading a war party through the depths of Moria on some errand of his own. The coincidence of their meeting seemed impossible, yet in the long years of his wandering, Gandalf had learned that what seemed like chance was often the working of powers greater than any mortal could comprehend. The battle turned in an instant. The orcs, caught between Gandalf's blade and the fury of the dwarven warriors, broke and fled. Some were cut down as they ran, while others escaped into the surrounding passages, the howls of terror echoing through the halls. Dane's dwarves pursued them for a short distance, ensuring that the retreat became a rout, then returned to their lord's side. Gandalf stood amid the carnage, his sword still gripped in his hand and blood dripping from his wound. Dain approached him, his weathered face creased with concern beneath his iron helm. The dwarf lord was ancient even by the standards of his long-lived race, his beard white as snow and his hands gnarled with age. But his eyes were still sharp and his strength undiminished. "You're wounded, Gandalf," Dain said, his voice gruff with worry. His eyes took in the wizard's torn robes and the blood that stained them. "Come, we must tend to that before you lose more blood. My healers are skilled and we carry supplies for such injuries." Gandalf allowed himself to be led to the side of the hall, where the dwarves had established a temporary camp. His legs threatened to buckle beneath him, now that the immediate danger had passed, and he was grateful for the strong hands that supported him. A healer came forward, a young dwarf with gentle hands and eyes wise beyond his years, and began to examine the wound. The dwarf healer worked with practiced efficiency, cutting away the torn fabric of Gandalf's robes to expose the wound. The cut was long but not deep, a slash that had parted skin and drawn blood but had not penetrated to the muscle beneath. Still, it burned like fire, and the wizard gritted his teeth as the healer cleaned it with a stinging liquid that smelled of herbs and something sharper, some dwarvish remedy whose recipe was kept secret from outsiders. "This will need stitching," the healer announced, already threading a curved needle with what appeared to be wire made of some silvery metal. "The wound is clean, but in these fouled halls, infection comes swiftly if proper care is not taken. You are fortunate that the blade did not strike deeper, for orc weapons often carry poison or worse upon their edges." Gandalf nodded his understanding and braced himself. As the healer began to work, the needle pierced his skin with sharp precision, and the wire was drawn through, closing the wound with stitches so fine they would barely leave a scar. The wizard watched the process with detached interest, his mind already turning to the questions that Dain's presence raised. What brought the Lord of the Iron Hills into the depths of Moria, and how had he arrived at precisely the moment when aid was most desperately needed? When the healer had finished his work and bound the wound with clean linen, Gandalf retrieved his staff from where it had fallen and turned to face Dain. The dwarf lord stood nearby, speaking quietly with his captains, his expression grave. As Gandalf approached, Dain dismissed his officers and turned to give the wizard his full attention. "I would know what brings you to this accursed place, Gandalf Graham," Dain said without preamble. His eyes searched the wizard's face as though seeking to read secrets written there. "You walk alone through halls where even armed companies fear to tread, and you carry yourself like one pursued by more than mere orcs. What quest drives you to such peril?" Gandalf considered his response carefully. Dain was a friend and an ally, one of the few dwarf lords whose counsel the wizard valued and whose discretion could be trusted. Yet the knowledge he'd gained from Navi's Forge was not something to be shared lightly, even with one so worthy. The techniques described in those ancient inscriptions could be used for great good, or turned to terrible purpose depending on the hands that wielded them. "I seek knowledge that was lost when Moria fell," Gandalf said at last, choosing his words with care. "In the libraries of Gondor, I found references to craft and lore that might prove vital in the struggles ahead. The shadow grows ever stronger in the east, Dain, and we must gather every weapon and every advantage if the free peoples are to stand against what is coming." The dwarf lord's expression darkened, and he nodded slowly. "Aye, we have felt the shadow's touch even in the Iron Hills," he said. "Messengers from Mordor have come to my halls, bearing smooth words and veiled threats, seeking to know the whereabouts of one they call the Thane's heir. I sent them away with harsh words, but they will return, of that I have no doubt." Gandalf's interest sharpened at this news. The enemy was searching for Bilbo then, or perhaps for the ring that the hobbit had found in these very halls decades ago. The wizard's mind raced through the implications, connecting this information with other signs and portents that he'd gathered. The time was drawing near when choices would have to be made, when the ring would need to be addressed directly rather than simply guarded in the Shire. "But what brings you to Moria?" Gandalf asked, turning the conversation back to his original question. "Surely you have not come seeking lost knowledge as I have, nor would you risk your warriors in these depths without purpose." Dane's face grew grimmer still, and he gestured for Gandalf to follow him to a quieter corner of the hall. When they were away from the hearing of his warriors, the Dwarf Lord spoke in a low voice that carried the weight of sorrow and duty. "We hunt a traitor," he said simply. "One of my own folk, a dwarf named Thror, son of Gror, who stole from my treasury and fled into these depths. He took with him not merely gold, though that alone would warrant pursuit, but something far more dangerous. A key Gandalf wrought in the elder days and entrusted to my keeping by my father and his father before of him." The wizard's concern deepened. "What manner of key?" he asked, though he already suspected the answer. "A key that opens a door that should remain forever sealed," Dane replied. "In the deepest halls of my realm, there is a vault that has not been opened since the time of Durin himself. The legends say it contains weapons forged before the awakenings of the Balrog, items of such power that they were hidden away lest they tempt dwarves to acts of folly. The key Thror stole is the only means of opening that vault, and if he succeeds in finding it and claiming its contents, there is no telling what evil might be unleashed." Gandalf felt the pieces of a larger puzzle beginning to fall into place. The ancient sword he had seen imprisoned in crystal, the forge of Na'vi with its secrets of weapon-making, and now this vault of hidden armaments. It seemed that the depths of Moria held more treasures and dangers than even the dwarves had remembered, a legacy of power from ages past that was now being uncovered as the world moved toward crisis. "We must find this Thror before he reaches the vault," Gandalf said urgently. "If such weapons fall into the wrong hands, or if their discovery draws unwanted attention to this place, the consequences could be dire." Dane nodded grimly. "My thoughts exactly, which is why I lead this hunt myself rather than sending others. But the trail has grown cold and these halls are vast. Thror knows them well, for he spent years studying the old maps and records, preparing for his theft. He could be anywhere in this cursed mountain." The wizard's mind worked rapidly, considering the geography of Moria and the likely routes a fleeing dwarf might take. If this vault lay in the deepest halls, then Thror would need to descend to find his way through the labyrinth of passages to the lowest levels. And there was only one region of Moria that lay deeper than all others, one place that dwarves feared above all to venture. "The halls beneath the 7th level," Gandalf said slowly. "Where the fire rivers run and the old darkness dwells, that is where your vault must lie, for the dwarves would have hidden such power in the most secure location they could devise." Dane's face confirmed the wizard's guess before he spoke. "You reason truly," he said. "The vault lies in a chamber carved from the roots of the mountain itself, in a place my people swore never to enter again after the Balrog's awakening. But Thror is desperate and mad with greed, and he will brave even that peril for what he seeks." "Then we must move swiftly," Gandalf urged. "Every moment we delay gives him more time to accomplish his purpose. And if he disturbs the Balrog in his descent, the demon might rise and hunt through all these halls, making escape impossible for any of us." The Dwarf Lord looked at Gandalf with new intensity. "You speak as though you would accompany us, wizard," he said, "but you are wounded and weary, and you have already survived perils enough for one journey. Would you truly venture into the deepest deeps of Moria, where even my hardiest warriors fear to go?" Gandalf met his gaze steadily. "I would," he said, "for our purposes have become entwined, Dane. The knowledge I seek and the key you pursue may both lie in those lowest halls, and neither of us can afford to fail in our quest. Besides," he added with a slight smile, "you may have need of wizardry before this hunt is done, and I would rather face the depths with companions than continue alone as I have been." Dane clasped the wizard's arm in the manner of his people, a gesture of alliance and respect. "Then we hunt together," he said. "I will not deny that your presence brings me hope, for there are few in Middle-earth I would rather have at my side when facing the unknown. But know this, Gandalf Greyheim, if we encounter the Balrog in its lair, even your power and my warrior's strength may not be enough to save us." "I am well aware of the danger," Gandalf replied. "I have walked in shadow before, and I know the cost of such journeys, but some things must be risked if greater evils are to be prevented." The Dwarf Lord turned to his warriors and began issuing orders, his voice carrying the authority of one accustomed to command. The company would rest briefly, tending to their wounds and checking their equipment, then they would descend together into the lowest halls of Moria. scouts would be sent ahead to search for signs of Thrall's passage, while the main body followed at a careful distance, ready to respond to any discovery or danger. As the dwarves prepared for the descent, Gandalf took a moment to examine the book he carried, ensuring that Narvi's inscriptions had survived his trials undamaged. The pages were intact, the writing still clear despite the blood and sweat that had stained the leather binding. He tucked the book away carefully, then turned his attention to his sword, cleaning the orc blood from its blade with a cloth provided by one of the dwarves. The weapon gleamed in the dim light of the hall, its edge unmarred by the battle. Glamdring had been forged by the greatest smiths of Gondolin, and no orc blade could chip or dull it. Gandalf sheathed the sword with a mixture of satisfaction and regret, for he had always preferred to resolve conflicts through wisdom rather than violence. Yet he knew that in the hours ahead, wisdom alone might not suffice. The descent into the lower deeps began in silence, broken only by the measured tread of dwarven boots upon ancient stone. Dane led the company with the confidence of one who had studied the old maps and knew the path through Moria's heart, though even his certainty wavered as they moved beyond the familiar halls into regions where few had ventured since the mountain's fall. Gandalf walked beside the dwarf lord, his staff providing illumination that supplemented the lamps the warriors carried, casting shadows that danced and flickered against walls carved with warnings in the ancient tongue. The passages grew steadily warmer as they descended, and the air became thick with moisture that beaded on stone and metal alike. The dwarves loosened their armour and wiped sweat from their brows, but they maintained their formation and vigilance, for they knew that the lower levels held dangers far worse than heat and discomfort. Strange sounds echoed through the darkness, the drip of water and the grinding of stone, and occasionally something that might have been a voice, or might have been merely the mountain settling in its eternal slow collapse. After hours of careful progress, the scouts returned with news that brought the company to a halt. They had found signs of recent passage, they reported, footprints in the dust and marks where someone had disturbed the debris that littered the corridors. The trail led downward still toward the fire rivers and the halls that no dwarf had entered in living memory. Dane studied the scout's report with a grim expression, then ordered the company to proceed with doubled vigilance. The passages began to branch more frequently as they descended, creating a maze of possibilities that could have confounded any who did not know the way. But the scouts followed the trail with the skill of hunters tracking prey through wilderness, reading signs in the disturbed dust and the faint scent that still lingered in the stale air. Gandalf marvelled at their expertise, for even his keen senses could detect nothing of what they claimed to perceive, yet their certainty never wavered. They came at length to a great shaft that plunged downward into darkness, its walls smooth and circular as though bored through the living rock by some unimaginable tool. A stair had been carved into the wall, spiralling down in a tight helix that made the head spin to contemplate. The dwarves paused at its edge, their faces pale in the lamplight, for this was a place of evil memory. Here, the scouts reported, the trail descended, and here they must follow if they wished to continue the hunt. Dane stood at the shaft's edge and peered into the depths, his jaw set with determination. The endless stair, he said quietly, though his voice carried to all the company. So the legends named it, for it was said to descend through the very roots of the mountain to chambers carved before the sun and moon were made. I had hoped we would not need to venture here, but it seems our quarry gives us no choice. Gandalf studied the stair with interest and growing unease. He'd heard tales of this place from the dwarf lords of old, stories of what had been built in the deeps when Durin's folk here had been at the height of their power and ambition. Some said the endless stair led to treasure vaults where mithril was stored in quantities beyond imagining. Others whispered of deeper purposes, of chambers where the dwarves had attempted to commune with the powers that slept in the earth's heart, seeking knowledge and strength for their endless labours. The company began its descent, each dwarf moving carefully on the narrow stair, one hand on the wall and eyes fixed on the steps before them. The spiral was tight enough that they could see those above and below, a chain of lights winding down into the abyss. Gandalf followed in their midst, his staff held close to avoid striking the walls, his breathing steady despite the growing sense of oppression that pressed upon his spirit. Down and down they went, until all sense of time and distance was lost in the monotonous rhythm of stepping and turning, The air grew warmer still, and now they could hear a distant roaring, the sound of the fire rivers in their courses far below. The stair seemed to go on forever, justifying its name, and some of the younger dwarves began to mutter prayers to their ancestors, seeking courage and protection in the deeps. At last the stair ended, opening into a corridor that stretched away into darkness. The roaring sound was louder here, and the walls radiated heat that made the air shimmer. Dane called a halt, allowing his warriors to rest and drink from their water skins, for the descent had taxed even their legendary endurance. Gandalf leaned against the wall, feeling the warmth of the stone through his robes, and wondered how much deeper they would need to go. The scouts ventured ahead, disappearing into the darkness with the silent confidence of those trained to such work. The rest of the company waited in tense silence, weapons ready and ears straining for any sound of alarm. Gandalf felt the mountain's weight pressing down upon him, millions of tons of rock held aloft by the craft of builders long dead. It was a humbling reminder of mortality and the passage of ages, of how even the mightiest works of mortal hands must eventually crumble and fade. When the scouts returned, their faces were troubled. They had found the trail again, they reported, but they had also found something else. Bodies, they said, the remains of orcs who had ventured this deep and met their deaths in violence. The wounds suggested they had been slain by something large and terrible, something that had torn them apart with casual brutality. And beyond the bodies, the trail led to a great door, sealed with runes and warnings that even the scouts could not fully decipher. Gandalf's heart quickened at this news. A sealed door in the deepest halls, guarded by warnings and defended by something that slew orcs without mercy. This could only be the vault that Dane sought, the chamber where ancient weapons had been hidden away. And if Thror had reached it before them, if he'd succeeded in using the stolen key, then the danger had escalated beyond anything they had anticipated. The company moved forward with weapons drawn, following the scouts through passages that grew stranger with each step. The walls here were covered with crystalline formations that caught and reflected their lights, creating the illusion of vast spaces beyond the stone. Strange symbols were carved into the floor, patterns that seemed to shift and change when viewed indirectly, and the air carried a scent of ozone and something older, something that predated the mountain itself. They found the bodies where the scouts had reported, scattered across a broad chamber like broken dolls. The orcs had been dead for perhaps a week, their flesh already desiccated in the dry heat of the deeps. Gandalf examined the wounds with care, noting the massive claw marks and the crushing trauma that spoke of overwhelming strength. Whatever had slain these creatures was powerful beyond measure, and it might still lurk nearby, drawn to guard the sealed door against intruders. The door itself stood at the far end of the chamber, a massive portal of black iron bound with bands of mithril that gleamed in the lamplight. Runes covered its surface in precise rows, a warning and a binding combined into a single intricate spell. Gandalf approached it slowly, his staff raised and his senses alert for any sign of enchantment or trap. The runes spoke of power contained within, of weapons forged before the sun rose and darkness claimed Middle-earth, of treasures that must not be disturbed lest they bring ruin upon those who sought them. But the warning had been ignored. The door stood slightly ajar, a gap of perhaps 6 inches separating it from its frame. Fresh marks in the dust showed where it had been opened recently, and the keyhole bore signs of use. Thror had been here, had used the stolen key to breach the seal, and had entered the vault beyond. Whether he'd emerged again was a question that only investigation could answer. Dane studied the partially opened door with an expression that mixed anger and dread. "He's done it then," the Dwarf Lord said heavily. "All the warnings of our ancestors, all the oaths sworn to leave this place undisturbed, and he has violated them for greed and ambition. Whatever consequences follow are upon his head." Gandalf placed his hand against the door, feeling the cold of the iron and the faint vibration of power that still lingered in the metal. The spell that had sealed this portal had been broken but not destroyed, and he could sense its fragments trying to reassert themselves, to close the gap and restore the barrier. But something prevented the spell's completion, some interference from within the vault that kept the door from fully sealing. "We must enter," the wizard said quietly. "Whatever Thror has done, whatever he has disturbed, we cannot leave it unaddressed. The weapons within may be claimed by others if we do not secure them, and the thing that guards this place may be roused to hunt through all the mountain if we do not contain it." Dane nodded grimly and turned to his warriors. 5 would enter with him, he declared, the strongest and most skilled, while the rest would remain in the chamber to guard their retreat and ensure that nothing emerged to trap them within. The chosen dwarves stepped forward without hesitation, though Gandalf could see the fear in their eyes. They were brave, these warriors of the Iron Hills, but they were not foolish, and they knew the magnitude of the danger they faced. The wizard joined the group that would enter, his presence both reassurance and reminder of how grave the situation had become. Together they approached the door, and Dain reached out to push it wider. The iron groaned as it swung inward, a sound like the earth itself protesting this violation of its secrets. Beyond the threshold lay darkness absolute, a blackness so complete that even Gandalf's staff seemed to provide no illumination. As they stepped across the threshold into the vault, the temperature dropped suddenly, a cold that had nothing to do with the absence of heat and everything to do with the presence of ancient power. The darkness seemed to press against them like a physical force, resisting their entry, testing their resolve. Gandalf spoke a word of power and his staff blazed brighter, driving back the shadows to reveal what lay within. The vault was smaller than expected, a circular chamber perhaps 30 feet across. Its walls were lined with alcoves, each one containing a weapon of surpassing craftsmanship. Swords and axes, spears and hammers, all wrought with such skill that they seemed almost alive in the flickering light. But it was not the weapons that commanded attention, for at the centre of the vault, sprawled upon the floor in a pool of his own blood, lay the body of Thror, son of Gror. Dain rushed forward with a cry of anguish, dropping to his knees beside the fallen dwarf. The body was still warm, suggesting that death had come only hours before, perhaps even less. Thror's eyes stared sightlessly at the ceiling, his face frozen in an expression of terror and wonder combined. In his right hand he still clutched the key, an ornate thing of golden metal worked with intricate patterns, while his left hand was wrapped around the hilt of a sword that blazed with inner light even in death's grip. The dwarf lord reached out to close Thror's eyes, his weathered face etched with sorrow despite the betrayal that had brought them to this place. "He was kin to me, distant though the relationship was," Dain said quietly. "I knew him as a lad, before the gold sickness took him and twisted his heart toward greed. He was not always as you see him now, not always consumed by hunger for treasure and power." Gandalf examined the body with careful attention, noting the wounds that had brought death. There were claw marks across Thror's chest, deep gouges that had penetrated armour and flesh alike, but these were not what had killed him. The fatal wound was at his throat, a precise cut that had severed the great vessels and brought swift unconsciousness. It was almost a mercy, the wizard thought, compared to the lingering death that the other wounds would have caused. But more troubling than the wounds themselves was the position of the body and the sword it held. Thror lay as though he had been defending himself, his back against one of the alcoves, his weapon raised in a final desperate guard. Yet the sword he wielded was not the blade he had carried into Moria, not the simple dwarven weapon that would have been his customary choice. This was one of the vault's treasures, a weapon of the elder days that gleamed with power and sang faintly in the still air. He took a weapon from the vault, Gandalf observed, and something killed him for the theft. The question is whether that something still remains, or whether it departed after exacting its price. As if in answer to his words, a sound echoed through the chamber, a deep rumbling that seemed to come from the walls themselves. The dwarves raised their weapons and formed a defensive circle, their eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. Gandalf's staff blazed brighter, pushing the darkness back toward the edges of the vault, and in that enhanced illumination they saw what they had not noticed before. One of the alcoves stood empty, its weapon missing, and on the floor beneath it, written in Thror's blood, were words in the ancient dwarvish script. Gandalf approached carefully and read the message aloud, his voice heavy with foreboding. "The Guardian wakes," it said. "The price is paid, but the watch continues. Let none who value life disturb what sleeps below." "It is a warning," one of the dwarven warriors said, his voice tight with fear. Thror wrote it with his dying breath, trying to tell us what he had unleashed. The rumbling grew louder, and now they could feel vibrations through the floor, a rhythmic tremor that spoke of something massive moving in the deeps beneath the vault. Gandalf's mind raced through possibilities. Recalling legends and fragmentary accounts from ancient texts, the dwarves had been known to create guardians for their most precious treasures, constructs of stone and metal animated by craft and binding spells. But those creations had been limited in their power, unable to act beyond specific boundaries or adapt to changing circumstances. What approached now felt different, more ancient and more terrible. This was no simple guardian, but something that predated even the dwarves' mastery, something that had been bound to service by powers greater than any mortal craft. Gandalf's fingers tightened on his staff as understanding dawned. The weapons in this vault had not been merely hidden away, they had been placed under the protection of something from the deeps, something that the dwarves had bargained with or bound in ages past. "We must leave," the wizard said urgently. "Take what weapons you can carry, but we must retreat to the outer chamber before the Guardian arrives. This vault was never meant to be defended from within." Dane hesitated only a moment before nodding agreement. He barked orders to his warriors, who moved swiftly to obey despite their fear. Each dwarf claimed a weapon from the alcoves, choosing with the practiced eye of those who knew fine craftsmanship when they saw it. Gandalf took nothing, for his staff and sword were sufficient for his needs, but he made careful note of what remained in the vault, knowledge that might prove valuable in days to come. As they prepared to withdraw, the trembling in the floor intensified and cracks appeared in the stone, hairline fractures that spread like veins through the vault's foundation. Dane lifted Thror's body, refusing to leave his kinsman in this place despite the danger, and the company retreated toward the door. But even as they reached the threshold, the floor behind them erupted in a shower of stone, and a shape emerged from the depths below. It was massive, easily twice the height of a tall man, and it moved with a terrible grace that belied its size. The body was roughly humanoid, but covered in scales of dark stone that gleamed like polished obsidian. Its eyes burned with an inner fire, not the red flames of the Balrog, but a cold blue radiance that spoke of ancient depths and eternal patience. The creature's hands ended in claws of crystalline sharpness, and when it opened its mouth they saw rows of teeth like daggers of diamond. "The guardian of the deep vault," Dane breathed, his face pale with recognition. "I thought it was only a legend, a tale to frighten young dwarves who grew too curious about the sealed places." The creature fixed its burning gaze upon them and spoke, its voice like grinding stone and rushing water combined. "Thieves and violators," it intoned, "you have disturbed the sleep of ages and stolen what was placed in trust. The price must be paid, the balance must be restored." Gandalf stepped forward, placing himself between the Guardian and the dwarves. "We seek no conflict, Ancient One," he said, his voice carrying the authority of his true nature. "The thief has already paid with his life, and we come only to secure what he disturbed and prevent further violation of this sacred trust." The Guardian's eyes fixed upon Gandalf, and for a long moment it studied him with an intensity that seemed to pierce it through flesh and bone to examine the spirit beneath. Then, slowly, it inclined its massive head in what might have been acknowledgement or simply consideration. "You are not as the others," it said. "You carry the light of the West, and your purpose extends beyond mere greed or ambition. Yet the balance must be maintained. What was taken must be returned, and the seal must be restored, or I'm bound to hunt those who violated the vault unto the ending of their days." Gandalf considered this pronouncement carefully. The weapons the dwarves had claimed were treasures beyond price, items that could turn the tide of battles and protect their bearers from harm. To return them would be to surrender advantage in the struggles ahead. Yet to keep them would condemn Dain and his warriors to a life of constant vigilance, pursued by an enemy that could not be reasoned with or defeated by mortal means. "What if we were to restore the seal and leave one weapon in payment?" the wizard proposed. "Thror's death has already exacted a price in blood, and the blade he took could serve as restitution for the disturbance. Would this satisfy the terms of your binding?" The Guardian was silent for a long moment, its crystalline claws flexing as though working through calculations beyond mortal comprehension. At last it spoke again, and there was something almost like approval in its grinding voice. "The blade taken must be returned, along with 3 others from among those you carry. The seal must be restored by your hand, wizard, for you possess the knowledge and the power to weave the binding anew. Do this, and I will return to my vigil in the deeps. Refuse, and I will hunt you through all the halls of stone until the last of you falls, or the mountains themselves crumble into dust. Gandalf turned to Dain, and the Dwarf Lord nodded without hesitation. Better to surrender a few weapons than to be pursued endlessly, his expression said. The warriors stepped forward one by one, returning 3 of their claimed treasures to the vault floor with visible reluctance but without protest. Dain himself retrieved the blade from Thror's death grip and placed it alongside the others. The wizard approached the Guardian and bowed his head in respect. "The terms are met," he said. "I will restore the seal as you require, and these dwarves will speak no word of this place to any who were not present at this hour. Let the vault return to its ancient silence, and let your vigil continue undisturbed." The Guardian stepped back, allowing Gandalf access to the vault's entrance. The wizard raised his staff and began to speak words in a language that predated the speech of elves and men, syllables of power that resonated with the deep magic woven into the mountain stones. The door of the vault began to swing closed, moving slowly but with inexorable force. As it moved, Gandalf traced runes in the air, symbols that glowed with silver light before sinking into the metal of the door. The seal reformed as he worked, the ancient spell reasserting itself and strengthening under his guidance. He wove into it protections against picking and forcing, against fire and frost and the slow erosion of time. When the door finally closed with a sound like thunder, the runes blazed once with brilliant intensity, before fading to a faint glow that it would warn away any who approached in future ages. The Guardian watched this work with its burning eyes, and when the seal was complete, it bowed its massive head to Gandalf in acknowledgement of a task properly done. Then, without another word, it turned and descended back into the hole from which it had emerged. The cracks in the floor sealed themselves as it passed, stone flowing like water to restore the vault's foundation to wholeness. When the last vibration had faded and silence had returned to the chamber, Dain let out a long breath and wiped sweat from his brow. "That," he said shakily, "was closer to disaster than I care to contemplate. I thank you, Gandalf, for your wisdom and your words. Without them, we would all now be fleeing through the halls with that thing in pursuit." The journey back to the upper levels of Moria was undertaken in somber silence, each member of the company lost in their own thoughts about what they had witnessed in the depths. Dain's warriors carried the weapons they had been permitted to keep with a mixture of pride and wariness, knowing that these blades had been bought at a price higher than gold. Thror's body was borne on a makeshift bier, wrapped in cloaks, for the Dwarf Lord would not leave his kinsman's remains in the darkness no matter what crimes had brought him to that end. Gandalf walked at the rear of the company, his staff providing light and his mind turning over all that had transpired. The knowledge from Navi's forge lay secure in the book within his robes, information that could prove vital in the wars ahead. Yet he had also learned something perhaps more important in the vault's chamber, a reminder that the deepest places of the world held powers and guardians that predated the current age, beings that operated by rules and compacts mortals could barely comprehend. The climb up the endless stair tested their endurance once more, but fear of what might lurk below drove them upward with a determination born of desperation. Each dwarf focused on the steps before him, counting them silently to maintain focus and avoid thinking about the vast distances they had yet to traverse. Gandalf found himself studying the spiral pattern of the stair, wondering what purpose had driven the dwarves to carve such a monument to ambition and industry. Had they known, when they delved these depths, that they were creating the instrument of their own downfall? When they finally emerged from the stair's head into the passages of the Middle Deeps, the relief among the dwarves was palpable. They paused to rest and drink, their faces drawn with exhaustion, but their spirits lifted by the knowledge that the worst lay behind them. Dain moved among his warriors, offering words of encouragement and checking on their condition with the care of a leader who valued each life entrusted to his command. The wizard took the opportunity to examine his wound, which had begun to ache as the numbness of the healer's ministrations wore off. The stitches held firm and there were no signs of infection, but the flesh around the cut was tender and would require days to heal properly. A reminder, Gandalf thought wryly, that even wizards were not immune to the consequences of mortal combat. As they prepared to resume their journey, Dain approached Gandalf with a troubled expression. "I would speak with you privately, wizard," the Dwarf Lord said, leading him aside from the others. "What you did in that vault, the seal you restored, that was power beyond the skill of any dwarf. I have always known that you are more than you appeared, but today I glimpsed something of your true nature. Gandalf met his gaze steadily. I am what I have always been, he replied, a servant of the secret fire sent to Middle-earth to aid the free peoples in their struggle against the shadow. My powers are given for that purpose, and I use them as wisdom dictates. Dane nodded slowly. The messengers from Mordor asked about more than the Tain's heir, he said after a moment. They asked also about you, about the Grey Wanderer who walks among the peoples of the West. They offered rewards for information about your movements and your purposes. I told them nothing, of course, but it troubles me that the enemy takes such interest in your doings. This news confirmed what Gandalf had already suspected. Sauron was gathering information, preparing for the confrontation that must eventually come. The wizard's mind turned to the ring, to Bilbo safe in the Shire, and to the choices that would need to be made in the years ahead. But those were concerns for another day, when he had returned to the surface and could contemplate them in safety. The knowledge I gained today may prove valuable in that struggle, Gandalf said. The techniques of Navi's forge could allow smiths to create weapons resistant to the enemy's corruption, tools that would serve the free peoples in their defense. I would ask that you keep the secret of what we found, Dain, until the time comes to make use of it. The Dwarf Lord extended his hand, and Gandalf clasped it in the manner of their peoples. You have my oath, he said. What transpired in the deep vault will be known only to those who witnessed it, and the knowledge from the forge will be guarded until you deem the time right to share it. My people owe you a debt that cannot be easily repaid. They resumed their journey together, climbing through the levels of Moria toward the distant light of the surface. The passages grew cooler and the air fresher as they ascended, subtle changes that spoke of their approach to the outer world. They encountered no more orcs, for word of the battle in the Great Hall had spread through the tunnels, and the creatures had retreated to their deeper lairs to avoid further confrontation with armed dwarves. At length they came to the Eastern Gate, that great portal carved in the likeness of two dwarf kings standing eternal watch. The gates stood open, as they had since the fall of Moria, for there were none left to close them and none who wished to seal themselves within. Beyond the threshold, the afternoon sun slanted across the valley, painting the stones in shades of gold and amber. Gandalf emerged into that light with a profound sense of relief, breathing deeply of the clean mountain air. Behind him, the dwarves filed out one by one, blinking in the brightness after so long in the darkness below. They set down their burdens and began the process of making camp, for night would fall soon, and it would be wise to rest before undertaking the journey back to the Iron Hills. Dane found Gandalf standing on a rocky outcrop, gazing back at the mountains with an expression of deep thought. "Will you journey with us?" the Dwarf Lord asked. "You would be welcome in my halls, and our healers could tend your wound more thoroughly than was possible in those dark places." The wizard shook his head gently. "My road lies elsewhere," he replied. "I must return to Rivendell, and from there to other places where my counsel may be needed. The knowledge I have gained must be studied and understood before that it can be put to use, and there are others I must consult about what I learned in the depths. Then I will bid you farewell here," Dane said, "though I hope our paths will cross again in happier times. The weapons we recovered from the vault will be studied and kept safe until they are needed, and Thror will be laid to rest with honour despite his crimes, for he was still of Durin's line and deserves the proper rights of our people." Gandalf clasped the Dwarf Lord's shoulder in friendship. "May your journey home be swift and safe," he said, "and may the memory of what we faced together serve as warning and wisdom in the days ahead. The deep places of the world are not to be disturbed lightly, as your ancestors knew well." As the sun sank toward the western peaks, Gandalf took his leave of the company and set out along the mountain paths. He walked through the twilight with his staff in hand, and his thoughts turned toward the future. The knowledge from Navi's forge rested secure within his robes, a treasure more valuable than all the mithril that had ever been mined from Moria's depths. But he carried also the memory of the Guardian in the vault, the reminder that Middle-earth held powers and mysteries that even the wisest could not fully comprehend. The wizard's journey through Moria had been perilous, testing his strength and resolve in ways he had not anticipated. He had walked where few dared to go, had faced orcs and ancient guardians, had negotiated with powers from the deeps. Yet he had succeeded in his quest, had gained the knowledge he sought and survived to carry it back to the world above. The wounds he bore would heal and the exhaustion would fade, but the lessons learned would remain. As darkness fell and the stars emerged one by one in the vault of heaven, Gandalf paused on a high ridge to look back once more at the misty mountains. Somewhere beneath those peaks, in halls now silent and empty, lay the remnants of dwarvish glory and the secrets of ages past. The Balrog still slumbered in the deepest deeps, and the sealed vault kept its vigil over weapons that might never be wielded again. Moria remained a place of shadow and sorrow, a monument to pride and its consequences, but the world continued to turn, and the long defeat went on as it had for ages uncounted. Gandalf turned his face toward the west and resumed his journey, a grey figure walking alone beneath the stars, bearing knowledge and hope in equal measure. The road ahead was long and the dangers many, but he had walked such roads before and would walk them again, for that was the purpose for which he had been sent to Middle-earth. And in the fullness of time he knew he would return to Moria, would walk those dark halls once more with companions whose courage would be tested as his had been. But that was a story yet to be written, a chapter in the great tale that was even now unfolding across the face of the world. For now, it was enough to have survived, to carry forward the knowledge that might one day make all the difference in the struggle between light and shadow. Thus ended Gandalf's journey through Moria, before the Balrog, a tale of peril and perseverance in the deep places of the earth, where ancient powers slept and secrets long forgotten waited to be discovered by those brave or foolish enough to seek them. Story 2. In the waning years of the Third Age, when the shadow of Mordor stretched ever longer across Middle-earth and the free peoples still held council in their ancient halls, there came a time when Gandalf the Grey found himself drawn to the ruins of Khazad-dûm. The great dwarf city, once the crown jewel of Durin's folk, had lain silent and abandoned for nearly 1,000 years, its vast halls surrendered to darkness and things that dwelt within shadow. Yet it was not mere curiosity that called the wizard to those forsaken depths, but a whisper of warning that had reached him through channels known only to the wise. The tidings came first to Rivendell, carried by a raven from the Iron Hills. The bird arrived at twilight, its wings heavy with the burden of long flight, and it spoke with the voice of Dain Ironfoot himself. The message was brief but troubling. Dwarven scouts venturing near the eastern gates of Moria had reported strange lights flickering in the depths, and sounds that spoke of something stirring after long slumber. Not the rhythmic hammering of industrious miners, nor the songs of craftsmen at their forges, but something else entirely, a deep resonant pulse that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the mountain, accompanied by a heat that made even the cold stone passages uncomfortably warm. Elrond Half-Elven received this news with grave concern, for the Lord of Rivendell remembered well the fall of Khazad-dûm. He had walked those halls in their glory, when the friendship between elves and dwarves had flowered most brightly, and he had witnessed the darkness that consumed them. When Gandalf arrived at the last homely house several days after the raven's coming, Elrond wasted no time in sharing what had been learned. They stood together in Elrond's study, a chamber filled with scrolls and maps that chronicled the long ages of Middle-earth. Through the western windows, the Bruinen could be heard singing its eternal song, but the sound brought little comfort on this particular evening. Gandalf listened in silence as Elrond recounted the raven's message, his weathered hands clasped behind his back, his grey eyes distant with thought. "The darkness in Moria is ancient," Elrond said softly, unrolling a map that showed the vast network of halls and passages beneath the misty mountains. When the dwarves delved too greedily and too deep, they awakened something that had slumbered since the world was young. A creature of shadow and flame, a Balrog of Morgoth. Durin's Bane, the dwarves named it, and it drove them from their ancestral home. For centuries it has dwelt there, and none who have entered those halls have emerged to tell their tale. Gandalf nodded slowly, his gaze fixed upon the map. The vast labyrinth of tunnels and chambers depicted there represented not just stone and empty space, but 1,000 years of dwarven history, of craft and song, of joy and sorrow. To see it reduced to a mere chart on parchment seemed almost an insult to the memory of what had been. "Yet something has changed," Gandalf said at last, his voice measured and thoughtful. "The Balrog has remained dormant for generations, content to lurk in the deepest places. Why would it stir now? What has drawn its attention after so long a silence?" This was the question that troubled them both. Elrond spread his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. That I cannot say with certainty, old friend, but I fear it may be connected to the growing power in Dol Guldur. The shadow spreads, and ancient evils that once slumbered are awakening. It may be that the Balrog senses the return of its old master's strength, however diminished. The wizard was silent for a long moment, considering. Through the windows, the last light of day was fading from the peaks of the misty mountains, and stars were beginning to emerge into the darkening sky. Somewhere out there, beneath tons of ancient stone, something ancient and terrible was stirring. The thought filled him with a deep unease, though he showed no outward sign of his concern. "I must go there," Gandalf said finally, the words falling like stones into still water. "I must see for myself what awakens in the deep places of the world. If the Balrog is indeed rousing, the free peoples must know of it. The path through Moria may be needed in days to come, should the northern passes fail. We must understand what manner of threat dwells there." Elrond's expression grew even graver, if such were possible. "That is a perilous undertaking, Mithrandir. Many have entered those halls seeking knowledge or treasure, and none have returned. The darkness there is complete, and the ways are treacherous even without the presence of ancient evil. Would you risk yourself in such a place?" But Gandalf's mind was set, as Elrond had known it would be. The wizard had always been one to confront danger directly, to seek understanding even at great personal risk. It was both his greatest strength and his most profound vulnerability. "Risk must be taken when the alternative is ignorance," Gandalf replied. "If I do not go, who will? The dwarves dare not return to their ancestral home, and no elf would willingly enter those depths. It falls to me to be the eyes and ears of the wise in this matter." And so it was decided. Gandalf would journey to Moria, entering through the western gate if it could be found and opened, and he would venture into those forsaken halls to discover what truth lay behind the troubling reports. Elrond, seeing that his friend could not be dissuaded, turned his efforts to ensuring that Gandalf would be as well prepared as possible for the ordeal ahead. From the libraries of Rivendell they retrieved ancient maps of Moria, drawn in happier times when dwarves and elves had freely exchanged knowledge. These maps showed not only the major halls and thoroughfares, but also hidden passages and secret ways known only to the master builders of old. Elrond had preserved them carefully, hoping that one day the dwarves might reclaim their home, though that hope had dimmed with each passing century. "These charts are old," Elrond warned, spreading them across a great table. "Nearly 1,500 years have passed since they were drawn. Much may have changed in that time. Passages may have collapsed, new tunnels may have been dug by creatures that now inhabit the ruins, and the landmarks you seek may be lost or destroyed. Trust them as guides, but do not rely upon them absolutely." Gandalf studied the maps intently, committing their details to his formidable memory. He traced the route from the western gate, marked on the maps as the doors of Durin, through the great halls of the First Deep, past the chamber of Mazarbul where the records of Durin's folk had once been kept, and down into the deeper levels where the mines had reached their greatest extent. It was there, in the lowest deeps, that the Balrog was said to dwell, in caverns that had not known the light of sun or star since the mountains were raised. The preparations took several days, for Elrond would not allow Gandalf to depart without proper provision for such a dangerous undertaking. In the forges of Rivendell, skilled elven smiths prepared special torches that would burn longer and brighter than ordinary brands, their flames infused with subtle enchantments that would not easily be extinguished by wind or water. They crafted also a supply of waymarkers, small stones carved with runes that would glow faintly in darkness, allowing Gandalf to mark his path and find his way back should the need arise. Yet more valuable than any physical preparation was the knowledge that Elrond shared during those final days. The Elf Lord had lived through the Second Age and had witnessed the building of many great works, including the doors of Durin themselves. He spoke to Gandalf of their construction, how the dwarf smith Narvi and the elven craftsman Celebrimbor had worked together to create an entrance of surpassing beauty and cunning. The doors, Elrond explained, were made of Ithildin, a substance that reflected only starlight and moonlight, rendering them invisible during the day or in complete darkness. The password to open them was known to all who had legitimate business in Moria, Elrond said, his voice heavy with memory. It was written upon the doors themselves, in the tongue of the elves, though the riddle was crafted to be simple enough that any friend might solve it. Melon, the elvish word for friend, was all that was needed to grant entrance. But I fear that in the long years since the fall, the magic may have weakened, or the doors themselves may have been damaged or sealed from within. Gandalf absorbed this information carefully, understanding that even gaining entry to Moria might prove challenging, and if the doors would not open, his entire journey would be for naught. Yet he did not speak these doubts aloud, for he had learned long ago that dwelling upon obstacles before they were encountered served no useful purpose. On the morning of his departure, Gandalf stood once more with Elrond upon the steps of the last homely house. The sun was rising over the mountains, painting the peaks in shades of rose and gold, and the air was crisp with the promise of autumn. It seemed almost cruel that such beauty should exist in the world, while darkness gathered in hidden places, waiting to spread across the land. "Take care, old friend," Elrond said, clasping Gandalf's shoulder. "The darkness in Moria is unlike any you have faced before. The Balrog is a creature of the ancient world, a servant of Morgoth himself. Its power is terrible, and its hatred for all things living burns with an intensity that has not diminished over the ages. Do not seek it out. If you discover what stirs in the depths, mark it well, and return with all speed. Knowledge is our purpose here, not confrontation." Gandalf nodded, though something in his eyes suggested he understood that events might not unfold so neatly. "I will be cautious," he promised, "but if the Balrog has indeed awakened, then merely observing it from a distance may not suffice. I must understand why it stirs now, after so long. There may be more at work here than simple chance." With those words, he departed from Rivendell, taking the road that led westward toward the mountains. He travelled alone, for this was not a journey that required companions. Indeed, he reflected as he walked, it was better that he went alone. No one else need be exposed to the dangers that awaited in those forsaken halls. Shadowfax he left behind as well, for the great horse would be of little use in the confined passages beneath the mountain, and Gandalf would not risk such a noble creature in the darkness of Moria. The journey to the western approach of Moria took many days, for Gandalf did not hurry. He spent time in the wild lands between Rivendell and the mountains, observing the signs of the times and listening to the whispers that travelled on the wind. The shadow was indeed growing, he noted. Creatures that had once hidden from the light were becoming bolder, and an unnatural chill seemed to have settled over the land despite the season. Trees that should have been displaying autumn colours stood bare and grey, and the streams ran sluggish and cold, as though the very water had lost its vitality. As he climbed higher into the foothills of the misty mountains, Gandalf began to feel a growing sense of unease. It was nothing he could name precisely, just a heaviness in the air, a pressure that seemed to build with each step he took toward his destination. The birds that had sung cheerfully in the lower valleys fell silent here, and even the wind seemed muted, as though afraid to make too much noise lest it wake something that slept. He came at last to the valley of the Serannon, the stream that had once flowed clear and bright from the gates of Moria, providing water to the dwarven city and serving as a highway for trade and travel. But the stream was dry now, its bed choked with dead reeds and stones, and the valley itself had an abandoned, desolate quality that spoke of long years without care or cultivation. Gandalf paused here, looking up the valley toward where the gates should lie, and he felt the weight of history pressing down upon him. Here, in this very place, the dwarves of Khazad-dûm had once welcomed travellers from distant lands. Here merchants had brought their goods, and craftsmen had displayed their wares, and songs had echoed from the mountainside as friends greeted one another after long journeys. Now there was only silence and decay, a monument to glory departed and joy turned to ash. Gandalf pressed on, following the dried streambed upward toward the cliff face where the doors of Durin had been hidden. The way grew steeper and more treacherous, with loose stones threatening to turn beneath his feet, and more than once he had to use his staff to steady himself as he climbed. The sun was sinking toward the western horizon now, and long shadows stretched across the valley, making every rock and crevice seem darker and more ominous than it had any right to be. At last, as twilight began to gather, he reached the base of the cliff. The rock face rose sheer and smooth before him, showing no obvious sign of door or entrance. But Gandalf knew the secret of the Ithildin, and he waited patiently as the last light of day faded and the first stars began to emerge in the darkening sky. As the moon rose, pale and bright, its light touched the cliff face, and suddenly lines began to appear, glowing faintly silver against the dark stone. The doors of Durin stood revealed in the moonlight, their ancient beauty undimmed by the passage of centuries. Gandalf gazed upon them with wonder, for even he, who had seen many marvels in his long years, found himself moved by the craftsmanship displayed before him. The Ithildin traced out 2 great pillars crowned with arches, and between them stood the outline of a door divided in the middle. Above the arch, runes gleamed in the ancient script of the elves, and on either side were emblems of power and friendship: the star of the House of Fëanor, the anvil and hammer of the dwarves, and a crown with 7 stars surrounding it. The inscription, just as Elrond had described, read clear in the elvish tongue. Gandalf spoke the words aloud, his voice steady despite the weight of anticipation that pressed upon him. The ancient spell woven into the doors recognized the password, and with a sound like a long-held breath being released, the great doors swung silently inward. Beyond them lay only darkness, absolute and complete, a blackness so profound that even the moonlight seemed reluctant to penetrate it. Gandalf stood at the threshold for a long moment, gathering his resolve. The air that flowed from the open doorway was stale and cold, carrying with it the scent of dust and ancient stone and something else, something that made his senses prickle with warning. It was the smell of deep places, of caverns that had not known fresh air for untold years, and beneath it all, so faint he might have imagined it, was the acrid tang of smoke and sulphur. Drawing forth one of the special torches prepared in Rivendell, Gandalf struck it alight. The flame sprang up bright and clear, pushing back the darkness for a small radius around him. By its light he could see that the passage beyond the doors was broad and high, built to accommodate the passage of many dwarves walking abreast, or the movement of laden carts and wagons. The walls were smooth and expertly carved, showing the skill of the master masons who had shaped this entrance in ages past. But dust lay thick upon the floor, undisturbed by any footfall for countless years, and the silence was so complete that Gandalf could hear his own breathing echoing faintly from the stone. He stepped across the threshold and immediately felt the change. The weight of the mountain pressed down upon him, not physically but spiritually, a sense of vast stone surrounding him on all sides. The darkness beyond his small circle of light seemed almost alive, watching and waiting with an ancient patience. Gandalf paused to mark the entrance with one of his glowing waystones, placing it carefully beside the door. If he needed to find his way back in haste, these markers would guide him. The passage led straight and level for some distance, and Gandalf walked slowly, his staff tapping against the stone floor with each step. The sound echoed strangely in the enclosed space, seeming to travel further than it should, carrying down passages and corridors that branched off into the darkness on either side. He resisted the urge to explore these side passages, keeping instead to the main thoroughfare as shown on the ancient maps. To wander aimlessly in this labyrinth would be to invite disaster. After what he judged to be perhaps half a mile, the passage opened suddenly into a vast hall. Gandalf raised his torch high, but its light was insufficient to reveal the full extent of the chamber. The ceiling vanished into darkness far overhead, and the walls stretched away on either side beyond the reach of his vision. But what the light did reveal took his breath away. This was the first hall, one of the great gathering places of Khazad-dûm. Massive pillars rose from floor to ceiling, each carved from a single piece of stone and decorated with intricate patterns of leaves and vines and geometric designs that spoke of the dwarves' love of both nature and order. Between the pillars, the floor was paved with stones of different colours, forming patterns and pictures that told stories of ancient days. Gandalf could make out scenes of dwarven kings, of great battles and greater victories, of the forging of legendary weapons and the mining of precious gems, but overlaying all this beauty was the unmistakable mark of abandonment and decay. The pillars, though still standing proud, showed cracks and chips where time had worked upon them. The floor was littered with debris, broken tools, shattered pottery, scraps of cloth so old they crumbled at a glance. Here and there lay bones, whether of dwarf or other creature Gandalf could not immediately tell, picked clean long ago and scattered by whatever scavengers dwelt in this darkness. He walked slowly across the hall, his footsteps echoing from the distant walls. The sound seemed lonely in that vast space, a single note of life in a place given over to death. As he moved, his torch illuminated doorways and passages leading off in all directions, each one a potential path deeper into the mountain or a route to some specific quarter of the ancient city. Without the maps that he had memorized, a traveller could wander these halls for days and never find their way out again. On the far side of the hall, Gandalf paused before a great archway. According to the maps, this passage led to the second hall, and from there to the chamber of Mazarbul, where the dwarves had kept their records and chronicles. If any clue existed as to what had stirred in the depths, it might be found there among the old writings. Yet Gandalf hesitated, for now he could hear something that had not been audible before. It was a sound so deep and low that it was felt more than heard, a rhythmic pulse that seemed to come from far below, transmitted through the very stone of the mountain. It was not the random settling of old rock, nor the drip of water in distant caverns. This was regular, deliberate, almost like the beating of some enormous heart buried in the depths. And with each pulse came a faint warmth, as though somewhere far below great fires were burning. The Balrog, Gandalf thought grimly. The reports had been true. Something was indeed stirring in the lowest deeps, and that something was generating both sound and heat that could be felt even here, hundreds of feet above. The wizard felt a chill run through him, despite the warmth, for he understood now that Elrond's warnings had been well founded. This was no minor disturbance, no restless creature shifting in its sleep. Whatever was happening in the depths of Moria was significant, and potentially catastrophic for the lands beyond these mountains. He pressed on through the archway, entering a long corridor that descended gradually into the mountain. The walls here were narrower and the ceiling lower, making the space feel more confined and oppressive. His torch cast dancing shadows that seemed to move with purpose rather than by chance, and more than once Gandalf found himself glancing over his shoulder, certain that he'd heard footsteps following behind him. But there was never anything there, only darkness and dust and the weight of abandonment. The corridor opened at last into the second hall, smaller than the first but still impressive in its proportions. Here the dwarves had carved the walls with scenes from their mythology, showing the creation of the seven fathers of the dwarves and their awakening beneath the stars. Gandalf paused to study these carvings, struck by their beauty and craftsmanship. Each figure was rendered with such skill that they seemed almost alive, frozen in the act of raising their hands to greet the first dawn. But his attention was drawn away from the carvings by something else, something that made his blood run cold. There, scratched into the dust on the floor, were marks that had not been made by time or decay. They were footprints, and they were recent. Gandalf knelt beside the tracks, holding his torch close to examine them more carefully. The footprints were not those of dwarves, nor of any creature he immediately recognized. They were too large for one thing, and the gait was wrong, showing a dragging quality that suggested something moving with difficulty or pain. The prints led away from where Gandalf stood, disappearing into one of the side passages that branched off from the main hall. More troubling still was their freshness. The dust in Moria lay thick and undisturbed in most places, the accumulation of centuries. But these tracks had been made recently, perhaps within the last few days or weeks. Something was moving through these halls, something that had not been here when the dwarves fled nearly 1,000 years ago. Or if it had been here, it had remained dormant until now, and had only recently begun to stir and explore the ruins of the city it had helped to destroy. The wizard stood slowly, his mind working through the implications. If creatures were indeed moving through Moria, awakened by whatever was stirring in the depths, then his task had become considerably more dangerous. He would need to move with even greater caution, for he could no longer assume that he walked these halls alone. The darkness that pressed against his small circle of torchlight might conceal watchers, and any sound he made might draw unwanted attention. Yet he could not turn back now, not when he was so close to discovering the truth. The chamber of Mazarbul lay ahead, and the deeper levels beyond that. If he was to understand what was happening in Moria, he needed to press on despite the risks. Gandalf adjusted his grip on his staff, finding comfort in its solid weight, and continued forward, his senses alert for any sign of movement or danger. The passage to the chamber of Mazarbul was marked on the ancient maps as a place of great importance to the dwarves. Here they had kept not only their records of lineage and history, but also accounts of their mining operations, maps of the tunnels they had dug, and chronicles of significant events in the life of their kingdom. If the dwarves had discovered anything unusual in their deepest excavations before the Balrog was awakened, some record of it might remain in that chamber. As Gandalf approached the entrance to Mazarbul, he noticed that the quality of the darkness seemed to change. It became, if possible, even more oppressive, and the air grew noticeably warmer. The deep pulsing sound from below was clearer here, and with it came occasional creaks and groans, as though the mountain itself was shifting under some immense strain. The wizard paused at the doorway, peering into the chamber beyond. The chamber of Mazarbul was a ruin. Where once orderly shelves had held countless volumes and scrolls, now there was only chaos. Books lay scattered across the floor, their pages torn and scattered, their bindings broken. Shelves had been overturned, and great stone tables that had held maps and documents now lay cracked and shattered. In the centre of the room stood a stone tomb, ornately carved but now defaced, its lid askew as though something had tried to pry it open. Gandalf entered slowly, stepping carefully around the debris that littered the floor. His torch illuminated dust motes dancing in the air, disturbed by his passage, and cast flickering shadows across the ruined chamber. He could see that the destruction here was old, dating back to the fall of Moria itself. Whatever violence had occurred in this place had happened long ago, when the dwarves had fled before the terror they had unleashed from the depths. Moving to the tomb, Gandalf examined the inscription carved into its side. The runes identified it as the resting place of Balin, son of Fundin, who had led an expedition to reclaim Moria some years after its fall. The wizard's heart grew heavy as he read, for he knew this story did not end well. Balin and his followers had made a valiant attempt to re-establish a dwarven presence in their ancestral home, but they had been overwhelmed by orcs and other creatures that had claimed the halls as their own. The tomb stood as a monument to that failed endeavour, a reminder that Moria was not easily reclaimed. Among the scattered books and papers, Gandalf searched for anything that might shed light on the current situation. Most of the texts were too damaged to read, their pages blackened by fire or eaten by moisture and time. But here and there he found fragments that were still legible. One scroll, written in the angular script of the dwarves, described the final days before the fall. The language was formal and measured at first, recording depths reached and veins of mithril discovered. But as the entries progressed, a note of fear crept into the writing. The miners spoke of heat increasing in the lower galleries, of tools that became too hot to handle, and of strange sounds echoing from passages that led even deeper into the mountain. They described how the rock itself seemed to glow with an inner light in some places, and how certain tunnels had to be abandoned because the air within them was too hot to breathe. The final entries were hasty and barely coherent, speaking of fire and shadow, of a great form rising from the abyss, and of desperate flight as the kingdom fell into ruin around them. Gandalf set the scroll down carefully, his suspicions confirmed. The dwarves had indeed delved too deep, breaking through into caverns that should have remained sealed, and in doing so they had disturbed something that had lain dormant since the ancient days, a remnant of Morgoth's power that had survived the breaking of Thangorodrim and the end of the First Age. The Balrog had been sleeping in the roots of the mountains, and the sound of dwarven mining had awakened it to rage and vengeance. But that had been 1,000 years ago. Why was the Balrog stirring again now, after so long a period of quiescence? What had changed to rouse it from whatever slumber it had fallen into after driving the dwarves from their home? Gandalf felt certain that the answer to this question was crucial, that it spoke to larger patterns and greater dangers than the fate of a single ruined city. As he pondered this mystery, a sound reached his ears that made him freeze in place. It was distant but unmistakable, the shuffling, scraping sound of many feet moving through stone corridors, accompanied by guttural voices speaking in a harsh, ugly tongue. Orcs. And they were coming closer, drawn perhaps by the light of his torch or by some other sense that told them an intruder walked their domain. Gandalf quickly extinguished his torch, plunging the chamber into absolute darkness. In the blackness, his other senses sharpened. He could hear the orcs more clearly now, could count perhaps a dozen or more distinct voices, could track their progress through the halls by the echo of their footfalls. They were moving with purpose, not wandering aimlessly, and their path would bring them directly to the chamber of Mazarbul unless they turned aside. The wizard's mind raced. He could not afford to be trapped in this room with only one exit. Fighting his way out was possible, but undesirable, for the sound of battle would surely draw more enemies, and he might find himself overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Better to hide and let them pass, if such were possible, or to find another route deeper into the mountain that would avoid this patrol. His eyes, accustomed now to the darkness, detected a faint gleam from across the chamber. Following it carefully, he discovered a small doorway he'd not noticed before, partially concealed behind a fallen bookshelf. The gleam came from beyond it, a dim reddish light that spoke of fires burning somewhere in the passages beyond. According to the maps, this should lead to a stairway descending to the Third Deep, one of the lower levels of Moria, where the richest veins of mithril had been found. The voices of the orcs grew louder, now just outside the chamber. Gandalf could hear them, arguing about something, their words indistinct but their tone aggressive and suspicious. They knew something was amiss. Perhaps had found his waystones or detected some other sign of his passage. In moments they would enter the chamber, and if they found him here, all stealth would be lost. Without further hesitation, Gandalf slipped through the concealed doorway and found himself at the top of a steep stairway that descended into reddish gloom. The stairs were carved directly from the living rock, worn smooth by countless dwarven feet over the centuries. He descended as quickly as he dared, the sounds of the orcs fading behind him as he went deeper into the mountain. The temperature rose noticeably as he descended, and the reddish light grew brighter. Gandalf could now see without the aid of his torch, though the quality of the illumination was worn smooth by countless dwarven feet over the centuries. He descended as quickly as he dared, the sounds of the orcs fading behind him as he went deeper into the mountain. The temperature rose noticeably as he descended, and the reddish light grew brighter. Gandalf could now see without the aid of his torch, though the quality of the illumination was unsettling. It came from cracks in the walls and floor, a sullen glow that spoke of heat and pressure building beneath the surface. The deep pulsing sound was much clearer here, strong enough that he could feel it through the soles of his feet with each step. The stairway seemed to descend forever, spiraling down into the heart of the mountain. Gandalf counted the steps as he went, a habit born of long experience in navigating underground passages, and by the time he reached the bottom he had tallied over 300. The Third Deep, according to the ancient maps, lay some 500 feet below the level of the doors of Durin, and the stairway had brought him most of that distance in worked-out mines or exploratory shafts that had been abandoned when the ore was exhausted, or when more promising deposits were found elsewhere. The reddish light was brighter here, emanating from fissures that had opened in the floor and walls. Through these cracks Gandalf could see a dull glow, and when he placed his hand near one of them, the heat was almost unbearable. Whatever lay beneath this level was generating tremendous temperatures, hot enough to make the stone itself warm to the touch. The air was dry and carried a sharp, mineral taste that made breathing uncomfortable. As he moved deeper into the Third Deep, Gandalf began to notice signs of recent activity. The dust that covered most surfaces had been disturbed in places, showing patterns of movement that could not be explained by natural settling or the passage of time. Tools lay scattered about, ancient dwarven implements left behind in the hasty evacuation 1,000 years ago, but some of them had been moved from where they must originally have fallen. Something had been here, examining these remnants of dwarven craft, perhaps trying to understand their purpose or simply moving them aside as it passed. More disturbing were the marks on the walls. In several places the stone bore deep scratches, gouges that ran in parallel lines as though made by enormous claws. The marks were fresh, cutting through centuries of accumulated grime to reveal bare stone beneath. Whatever had made them was large and powerful, capable of scoring solid rock as easily as a cat might scratch wood. Gandalf examined these marks closely, trying to determine what manner of creature could have left such signs, but he found no clear answer. The spacing of the gouges was irregular, and the depth varied, suggesting something that moved erratically or with great agitation. The deep pulsing sound was very strong now, a rhythmic thrumming that seemed to resonate in Gandalf's chest with each beat. It was definitely coming from below, from the fourth or perhaps even the fifth deep, the lowest levels of Moria where the dwarves had pushed their mining to its furthest extent. The wizard consulted his mental map of the city, trying to determine the best route to reach those depths. There were several stairways that descended from this level, but not all of them would still be passable after 1,000 years of neglect. As he deliberated, a new sound reached his ears. It was faint at first, barely audible over the constant pulse from below, but it grew steadily louder. It was a scraping, dragging sound accompanied by a wet, bubbling noise that made Gandalf's skin crawl. Something was moving through the passages ahead, something that sounded injured or deformed, struggling with each step it took. The wizard pressed himself into the shadows of a side passage, extinguishing even the faint glow of his staff as he waited to see what would emerge. The creature that shambled into view was a pitiful thing, though no less dangerous for its degraded state. It had once been a troll, Gandalf judged, one of the great stone trolls that had been bred by dark powers in ages past. But something had happened to it, some terrible transformation that had left it barely recognizable. Its skin, which should have been grey and hard as rock, was blackened and cracked, with a dull red glow showing through the fissures. The heat radiating from its body was intense, and where its feet touched the stone floor, they left scorched marks that smouldered and smoked. The creature moved slowly, its great head hanging low, and from its mouth came a constant stream of that bubbling, gurgling sound. It seemed to be in pain, confused and disoriented, stumbling against the walls as it made its way down the corridor. As it passed Gandalf's hiding place, the wizard caught a glimpse of its eyes, and what he saw there chilled him despite the oppressive heat. The troll's eyes glowed with the same reddish light that came from the fissures in the floor, and in their depths was no trace of whatever dim intelligence such creatures normally possessed. There was only emptiness and a terrible mindless suffering. When the creature had passed and its sounds had faded into the distance, Gandalf emerged from concealment, his mind troubled by what he'd witnessed. The troll had been changed, corrupted by exposure to something that emanated from the depths below. The heat, the glowing eyes, the cracked and blackened skin, all suggested that it had been subjected to tremendous temperatures over an extended period. But trolls, even stone trolls, could not survive in such conditions. They would be destroyed by heat that could crack and melt rock. Yet this one lived, after a fashion, animated by some force that should have consumed it entirely. This was the answer to the mystery, Gandalf realized. The Balrog was not simply stirring in its ancient lair. It was doing something, working some dark purpose that was affecting the very nature of the creatures and perhaps even the stone around it. The heat was not merely a byproduct of its presence, but something it was generating deliberately, pouring out power in a way that was transforming everything it touched. And if it could do this to a stone troll, what might it do to other creatures, or to the mountain itself? The wizard pressed on with renewed urgency, following the main corridor toward what the maps indicated was the Grand Stair, a vast shaft that descended through all the levels of Moria, from the highest halls down to the very roots of the mountain. If he could reach that stair, he would have a clear path to the lowest deeps where he might discover what the Balrog was truly attempting. The danger was considerable, perhaps even greater than he'd initially estimated, but the need for knowledge was paramount. The free peoples of Middle-earth needed to understand this threat, needed to know if Moria was becoming not just a ruin haunted by an ancient evil, but an active source of corruption that might spread beyond these mountains. The corridor opened suddenly into a vast space, and Gandalf found himself standing on a ledge overlooking the Grand Stair. The shaft was truly enormous, easily 100 feet across, with stairs carved into its walls in a spiral pattern that descended into red-lit darkness far below. The heat rising from the depths was like standing before an open furnace, and the air shimmered with it, making distant details waver and dance. The deep pulse was now accompanied by other sounds, the rumble of stone grinding against stone, the hiss of escaping steam, and underneath it all, a low resonant note that might have been a voice raised in some ancient and terrible song. Gandalf stood at the edge of the shaft, looking down into those crimson depths, and felt the full weight of the decision before him. To descend those stairs would be to enter a realm of fire and shadow, where even his considerable powers might prove insufficient. The Balrog was awake and active, that much was clear, and to approach it in its lair would be to risk not just death but something potentially worse. Yet to turn back now, to leave this mystery unsolved and this threat unexamined, would be to fail in his duty as one of the Astari, the wizards sent to Middle-earth to contest the power of Sauron and all works of darkness. As he stood there, Weighing these considerations, movement caught his eye. Far below, descending the grand stair with surprising speed and grace, was a figure cloaked in shadow. It was man-shaped but larger, and it moved with a purpose that suggested intelligence and will. As Gandalf watched, the figure reached a landing perhaps 200 feet below and paused, turning to look upward. For just a moment, the wizard thought he saw eyes like burning coals looking back at him, and he felt a touch against his mind, a questing presence that sought to know what manner of being stood at the top of the shaft. Gandalf drew back from the edge, shielding his thoughts with practiced skill. The touch withdrew, but not before he sensed something of the intelligence behind it. This was not the Balrog itself, he was certain. The presence was too focused, too calculating, lacking the primordial rage and power that would mark one of Morgoth's ancient servants. This was something else, something that served the Balrog or worked in concert with it, and that realization opened up new and troubling possibilities. If the Balrog had allies or servants, if it was not acting alone in whatever work it pursued, then the situation was even graver than he had feared. The creature of shadow and flame was terrible enough on its own, but if it had found or created agents to do its bidding, it might extend its influence far beyond the confines of Moria. Those agents could move through the world above, corrupting and destroying, preparing the way for some greater evil to emerge. Gandalf withdrew from the edge of the grand stair, his mind racing with the implications of what he had just witnessed. He needed to descend, to discover more about what was transpiring in the depths, but he could no longer assume that stealth alone would protect him. Whatever intelligence guided that shadowy figure would be alert now to the possibility of an intruder, and the way down would be watched and guarded. The wizard moved back into the relative safety of the corridor, seeking a place where he might rest for a moment and consider his options. He found a small chamber that had once served as a guard post or way station, with stone benches built into the walls and niches that had probably held supplies or equipment. The room was empty now, save for dust and the omnipresent heat, but it offered at least a temporary refuge where he could gather his thoughts. Sitting on one of the benches, Gandalf closed his eyes and allowed himself to extend his senses outward, feeling for the patterns of power that flowed through this place. It was a subtle art, one that few could master, but it allowed him to perceive things that were hidden from normal sight. What he sensed troubled him deeply. The entire mountain seemed to be suffused with a dark energy that pulsed in rhythm with the deep sound from below. It was as though the very stone had been infected by the Balrog's presence, transformed into something that resonated with its power. But there was more. Threading through that dark energy were other currents, smaller and more focused, like streams feeding into a great river. These had a different quality, more deliberate and controlled, and Gandalf recognized them as the workings of intentional magic. Someone or something was weaving spells in the depths of Moria, using the Balrog's power as a foundation, but shaping it towards some specific purpose. The patterns were complex, showing a sophistication that surprised him. Whatever intelligence worked below possessed both knowledge and skill in the arcane arts. Opening his eyes, Gandalf considered what this meant. The Balrog itself was a creature of the ancient world, a being of pure malice and destruction that existed to serve the will of its creator, Morgoth. It had power in abundance, but it was not, as far as the lore told, particularly subtle or cunning. It was a hammer, not a scalpel, a force of overwhelming violence rather than calculated planning. Yet someone had found a way to harness that force, to direct it and shape it according to their own designs. The question was who? The shadowy figure he'd glimpsed could be many things. It might be a servant of Sauron, sent from Dol Guldur to awaken the Balrog and bend it to the Dark Lord's purposes. It might be some other dark power, taking advantage of the creature's awakening to further its own schemes. Or it might even be something native to Moria itself, a spirit or being that had survived the fall of Khazad-dûm and had learned to coexist with the terror that dwelt in the depths. Whichever the truth, Gandalf knew he needed to discover it. The stakes were too high to turn back now, even with the increased danger. If Sauron had found a way to control or influence the Balrog, it would represent a significant escalation in the growing threat from the east. The creature's power, combined with the Dark Lord's cunning and resources, could spell disaster for all the free peoples of Middle-earth. Rising from the bench, Gandalf made his decision. He would continue down, but he would not take the grand stair where he had been observed. The ancient maps showed other routes to the lower deeps, smaller passages and service stairs that the dwarves had used to move between levels without traversing the main thoroughfares. These would be more difficult and perhaps more dangerous, for they had not been built with the same care and might have suffered more from the passage of time, but they offered a better chance of reaching his destination unobserved. Consulting his memory of the maps, Gandalf identified a promising route. Not far from his current location, a narrow stairway descended to the fourth deep, used primarily by miners travelling to and from the deepest excavations. From there, another passage led to what the dwarves had called the Endless Stair, a slender shaft that went down to the very foundations of the mountain. It would be a hard climb, and he would need to be careful, but it should allow him to bypass whatever watchers might be stationed on the grand stair. He left the guard post and made his way through a series of smaller corridors, moving as quietly as he could. The heat continued to increase as he descended, and the reddish glow from the fissures in the stone grew brighter. In some places, the rock itself seemed to pulse with that light, as though a great heart beat somewhere beneath the surface, pumping molten fire through veins of stone. The air became harder to breathe, thick with mineral vapours and a sulphurous tang that made his eyes water. The entrance to the miner's stairway was partially blocked to perceive a rockfall, but Gandalf was able to squeeze through the gap with some effort. Beyond, the stairs descended steeply into darkness that not even the red glow could fully penetrate. He paused to light one of his special torches, judging that the risk of being seen was outweighed by the danger of a misstep on these ancient stairs. The stairway was narrow, barely wide enough for a single dwarf to pass, and it descended in a tight spiral that made Gandalf feel slightly dizzy after the first few turns. The walls pressed close on either side, and the ceiling was low enough that he had to stoop as he walked. It was claustrophobic and uncomfortable, and you could well imagine how the dwarven miners must have felt, making this journey day after day, carrying tools and ore through these cramped passages. As he descended, Gandalf noticed that the walls bore marks and scratches, evidence of the countless loads of ore that had been hauled up these stairs over the centuries. In some places, the rock was worn smooth by the passage of so many shoulders brushing against it, while in others he could see pick marks where the dwarves had widened the passage to accommodate particularly large pieces of equipment or ore deposits. It was a testament to their industry and determination, this network of passages carved through solid rock in pursuit of the precious metals that lay hidden in the mountain's heart. The fourth deep, when he reached it, was noticeably different from the levels above. Here the passages were rougher, showing less of the careful craftsmanship that had characterized the upper halls. This was a working level, a place where function had mattered more than beauty, and the dwarves had focused their efforts on efficient extraction of ore rather than architectural splendor. The ceiling was lower, supported by thick pillars of natural stone that the miners had left in place to prevent collapse, and the floor was uneven, following the contours of the rock rather than being levelled and paved. But what struck Gandalf most forcefully was the heat. It was almost overwhelming now, a physical presence that pressed against him from all sides. Sweat ran down his face and soaked his robes, and each breath felt like inhaling the air from an oven. The reddish glow was bright enough that he could see clearly without his torch, illuminating the passages in a hellish light that made shadows dance and flicker across the walls. He pressed on, following the route he had memorized, searching for the entrance to the Endless Stair. The passages at this level formed a complex maze, and more than once he had to backtrack when he found his way blocked by collapsed tunnels or cave-ins. The instability of the rock was concerning, suggesting that the heat and whatever forces were at work below were affecting the structural integrity of the mountain itself. If the collapse spread to the higher levels, it could bring down the entire city, sealing whatever lay in the depths beneath thousands of tons of broken stone. At last he found what he sought, a circular shaft, perhaps 10 feet in diameter, that plunged straight down into the depths. A stairway had been carved into its walls, spiralling down in a tight helix that seemed to descend forever. This was the Endless Stair, so named because it connected all the levels of Moria in a single continuous descent. Looking down into its depths, Gandalf could see that the red glow was much brighter below, and the heat rising from the shaft was so intense that it made the air shimmer and waver. He stood at the edge of the shaft, one hand on his staff, and steeled himself for what lay ahead. Every instinct told him that descending further would be incredibly dangerous. that he was pushing beyond the limits of reasonable caution into territory where even his considerable powers might not be sufficient to protect him. Yet he could not turn back. Too much depended on understanding what was happening here, on discovering the truth about the Balrog's awakening and the dark work being performed in its name. With a whispered word of power, Gandalf created a shield around himself, a subtle working that would protect him from the worst of the heat and filter the toxic air enough to make breathing easier. It would drain his strength over time, but it would allow him to continue his descent without being overcome by the hostile environment. Then, with one last glance upward toward the distant levels and the world beyond the mountain, he began to descend the endless stair. The descent down the endless stair was an ordeal unlike any Gandalf had previously endured. The stairway was ancient beyond reckoning, carved by the first dwarven miners who had explored these depths in the youth of Khazad-dûm. Each step was worn smooth by countless feet, slick with condensation from the heat rising below, and the spiral was so tight that after only a few turns Gandalf lost all sense of direction. There was only down, endlessly down, into the burning heart of the mountain. The heat grew worse with each level he passed. Even with the protective spell he had woven around himself, Gandalf could feel it pressing against him, testing the limits of his power. The stone walls radiated warmth like the sides of a kiln, and in places they glowed with their own internal light, as though the rock itself had been heated to the point of incandescence. The wizard's robes, normally a comfort, felt like a burden in this oppressive environment, and he found himself pausing frequently to rest and gather his strength. As he descended past what he estimated was the 5th deep, the nature of the stairway began to change. The careful craftsmanship of the upper levels gave way to rougher work, passages that looked as though they had been carved in haste or desperation. Here the dwarves had pushed beyond the bounds of wisdom, driven by their insatiable hunger for mithril, the precious silver metal that was found nowhere else in Middle-earth. The walls bore the marks of their frantic excavation, and in places Gandalf could see veins of ore still glinting in the rock, left behind in the panic of the final evacuation. It was in one of these deeper sections that Gandalf encountered the first bodies. They lay scattered on the stairs, dwarven skeletons still clad in the remnants of their mining gear. The heat had preserved their equipment in a strange way, the metal tools and armour showing no rust despite the centuries, though they were blackened and warped by exposure to tremendous temperatures. Gandalf paused to examine them, noting how they had fallen, some in mid-flight as though struck down while fleeing upward, others collapsed against the walls as if they had simply given up and waited for death to claim them. These were the last miners, he realised, those who had been working in the deepest levels when the Balrog was unleashed. They had tried to escape, racing up these stairs toward the safety of the upper halls, but the heat and the terror had overcome them. Looking at their remains, Gandalf felt a profound sadness. These had been craftsmen and workers, proud members of Durin's folk who had believed they were building something that would endure for all ages. Instead, they had unleashed a doom that destroyed their civilization and left their bones to bleach in darkness for 1,000 years. He continued downward, moving more carefully now, for the stairs became increasingly treacherous. In places, entire sections had collapsed, forcing him to climb across gaps where the rock had given way. The shaft itself showed signs of instability, with great cracks running through the walls and chunks of stone that had fallen from the ceiling to lie shattered on the stairs below. More than once Gandalf heard ominous rumbling from above or below, the sound of the mountain shifting under pressures it was never meant to bear. At what must have been the 6th deep, the stairway opened briefly into a small chamber, little more than a widening of the shaft. Gandalf stepped into this space gratefully, needing a moment to rest and assess his situation. The heat here was almost unbearable, even with his protective spell, and he could feel his power draining steadily to maintain the shield. He could not continue much longer at this rate. Soon he would have to choose between pressing on unprotected or turning back before his strength failed entirely. As he stood there, gathering his resolve, he became aware of a new sound mixing with the constant pulse from below. It was a voice, or many voices, chanting in a language he did not immediately recognize. The words were harsh and guttural, spoken in a rhythm that matched the deep pulsing beat, and they seemed to come from somewhere very close, perhaps just below this level. Gandalf moved to the edge of the chamber and looked down the continuing shaft, trying to locate the source of the chanting. What he saw made his blood run cold despite the sweltering heat. The shaft below was no longer empty. Carved into the walls at regular intervals were niches, and in each niche stood a figure. They were roughly man-shaped but twisted and deformed, their bodies showing the same blackened, cracked appearance as the corrupted troll he had seen earlier. They stood perfectly still, facing inward toward the centre of the shaft, and from their mouths came that terrible chanting, a dark invocation that seemed to resonate with the very stone of the mountain. These were the servants he had sensed, Gandalf realised. The Balrog had not created allies, but had corrupted existing creatures, transforming them through prolonged exposure to its power until they became extensions of its will. They were no longer individuals with their own thoughts and desires, but conduits, channeling the creature's power and directing it according to some pattern that he could not yet perceive. The wizard drew back from the edge, his mind working furiously. The chanting, the deliberate placement of these corrupted beings, the intricate weaving of dark power he had sensed earlier, all of it pointed to a ritual of some kind. The Balrog was not simply dwelling in these depths as it had for the past 1,000 years. It was working towards some specific goal, using these servants to focus and direct its power in ways that a being of pure destruction could not accomplish alone. But what was the goal? What could the Balrog hope to achieve that required such elaborate preparation? The creature was already the undisputed master of Moria, with none who dared challenge its dominion over the ruins of Khazad-dûm. What more could it want? The answer, Gandalf suspected, lay in the very deepest levels, in whatever chamber or cavern the Balrog had claimed as its lair. He needed to get closer, to see what lay at the bottom of this shaft where the chanting servants stood their endless vigil. But to descend past them would be to announce his presence unmistakably. The moment he entered their line of sight, they would know he was there, and their chanting would surely alert whatever intelligence directed them. Stealth was no longer an option. If he was to learn the truth, he would have to be prepared to fight his way through whatever opposition he encountered. Gandalf checked his staff, drawing on the power that resided within it. The wood was warm to the touch, almost hot, but it responded to his will as it always had, ready to channel his strength into whatever form he required. He had faced many dangers in his long years walking Middle-earth, but few as daunting as what lay ahead. The Balrog was a foe beyond the strength of most beings, a remnant of the ancient wars that had shaped the world in its youth. To confront it in its own domain was the height of folly. Yet, what choice did he have? The alternative was to retreat, to leave this mystery unsolved and this threat unexamined, and that he could not do. Too much was at stake. If the Balrog was indeed working towards some dark purpose, if it was being guided by an intelligence with plans that extended beyond the mere defense of its territory, then the Free Peoples needed to know. They needed time to prepare, to gather their strength, to make ready for whatever might emerge from these depths. Taking a deep breath of the scorching air, Gandalf prepared himself for what was to come. He strengthened his protective spell, drawing more deeply on his reserves of power, knowing that he would need every scrap of strength he possessed in the trials ahead. Then, with his staff held high and white light blazing from its tip to push back the red gloom, he stepped to the edge of the chamber and began to descend once more. The chanting stopped the moment his light appeared in the shaft. In the sudden silence, Gandalf heard a rustling, scraping sound as the corrupted servants turned from their vigil to face this new threat. Their eyes, glowing with that same internal fire, fixed upon him with an intensity that was almost physical. For a long moment, nothing moved, the entire shaft seeming to hold its breath in anticipation. Then, with a roar that shook the mountain to its foundations, something vast stirred in the depths below. The heat surged upward in a wave that made Gandalf stagger, and the red glow brightened until it was almost blinding. The corrupted servants began to move, climbing from their niches and starting up the stairs toward him with a terrible, implacable purpose. And from below, rising on wings of shadow and flame, came a presence so ancient and powerful that even Gandalf, who'd walked with the Valar in the Undying Lands, felt fear touch his heart. The Balrog was awakening fully, roused from whatever dark work it had been performing by the intrusion into its domain. And Gandalf, alone in the depths of Moria with no hope of aid or rescue, prepared to face it. The corrupted servants moved with surprising speed, their twisted forms scrambling up the stairs toward Gandalf with single-minded purpose. There were at least a dozen of them that he could see, and perhaps more hidden in the shadows below. Their hands ended in claws that sparked against the stone as they climbed, and their mouths gaped open in silent screams that somehow seemed more terrible than any sound they might have made. The chanting had ceased, but in its place came a new noise, a rhythmic hammering that matched the pulse from below, as though the mountain itself had become a vast drum beaten by invisible hands. Gandalf stood his ground at the entrance to the small chamber, knowing that to flee upward would only delay the inevitable. If these servants caught him on the narrow stairs above, where there was no room to maneuver, he would be overwhelmed in moments. Better to make his stand here, where he at least had space to wield his staff and use his power to its fullest extent. As the first of the creatures reached him, Gandalf spoke a word of command, and white fire blazed from the tip of his staff. The corrupted servant recoiled, its blackened skin smoking where the light had touched it, but it did not flee. Instead it circled, looking for an opening while its fellows climbed higher and began to surround him. They moved with a coordination that spoke of a single guiding intelligence, positioning themselves to attack from multiple angles simultaneously. The wizard recognized the tactic and acted swiftly. He struck the floor of the chamber with his staff, and a wave of force radiated outward, throwing the nearest servants back and sending them tumbling down the stairs. But they recovered quickly, too quickly, rising again with no sign of injury or even disorientation. Whatever had been done to them had rendered them almost immune to simple physical force. They felt no pain, knew no fear, and would continue to attack until they were destroyed or their master's will released them. Gandalf changed his approach, reaching for deeper reserves of power. He began to weave a spell of binding, one that would trap these creatures in place and prevent them from advancing further. The words of power came to his lips in the ancient tongue, words that had been old when the world was young, and as he spoke them the air itself seemed to shimmer and solidify. The corrupted servants slowed, their movements becoming sluggish as invisible bonds wrapped around them, holding them fast. But the respite was brief. From below came a roar that made the earlier sound seem like a whisper, and a surge of power so intense that Gandalf's binding spell shattered like glass. The Balrog was ascending, climbing toward him through the shaft, and before its might even his considerable strength seemed small and inadequate. The corrupted servants, freed from his spell, resumed their advance with renewed vigour, emboldened by the presence of their master. Gandalf made a swift decision. He could not fight both the Balrog and its servants, not here in this confined space where the creature's power was amplified by the heat and the close stone walls. He needed to retreat to a more defensible position, somewhere with room to manoeuvre and perhaps multiple exits. The grand stair, despite the danger of being seen there, offered better tactical advantages than this narrow shaft. He turned and ran, racing up the spiral stairs as fast as the treacherous footing would allow. Behind him came the sounds of pursuit, the scraping of claws on stone, the heavy tread of the Balrog rising from the depths, and underneath it all that terrible pulse that seemed to grow stronger with each passing moment. The heat intensified, following him like a living thing, and the red glow brightened until the entire shaft was illuminated, as though by the fires of a forge. The climb back up the endless stair was a nightmare of heat and exhaustion. Gandalf's protective spell was failing, unable to sustain itself against the overwhelming power emanating from below, and he felt his strength draining away with each step. His robes were scorched and smoking, his staff was hot enough to burn his hands, and breathing had become an agony of superheated air that seared his lungs with each gasp. He reached the fourth deep and burst out of the shaft, nearly collapsing as he staggered into the broader corridor. But there was no time to rest. The corrupted servants were close behind, and beyond them came the Balrog itself, a presence so vast and terrible that its approach could be felt through the trembling of the mountain. Gandalf forced himself to move, heading toward the passage that would take him back to the grand stair. As he ran through the maze of corridors, he became aware of other creatures stirring in the darkness around him. Orcs, drawn by the commotion, were emerging from side passages and hidden lairs. They saw him and gave chase, adding their harsh cries to the cacophony of pursuit. The wizard realized with grim clarity that he had awakened all of Moria with his intrusion, and now the entire ruined city was rising against him. The entrance to the grand stair lay ahead, and Gandalf put on a final burst of speed, racing across the ledge and beginning to climb upward toward the higher levels. The vast shaft stretched above him, offering a clear path to escape if he could only maintain his pace long enough to outdistance his pursuers. But even as he climbed, he could hear the Balrog emerging into the grand stair below, and the sound it made was like the roaring of 1,000 furnaces. Looking back, Gandalf saw it for the first time in all its terrible glory. The Balrog stood easily twice the height of a man, wreathed in flames that danced and leapt across its shadowy form. Its shape was difficult to perceive clearly, seeming to shift between something almost human and something utterly alien. But the power it radiated was unmistakable. In one hand it carried a blade of fire, and from its back spread wings of shadow that filled the shaft from wall to wall. The creature's eyes found Gandalf, and in their depths burned a hatred so intense and pure that it transcended mere malice. This was the rage of a being that had served the first Dark Lord, that had fought in the ancient wars and seen the ruin of all it had been made to accomplish. It had been cast down into darkness, imprisoned in the roots of the mountains, and for thousands of years it had brooded on its defeat and humiliation. And now something had stirred it to action once more, had given it purpose and direction after eons of aimless anger. Gandalf understood in that moment that Elrond had been right. This was not a confrontation he could win, not here and not now. The Balrog was too powerful, too deeply entrenched in its domain, and he was too far from any source of aid or reinforcement. But he had learned what he came to discover. The Balrog was not merely dwelling in Moria, it was being directed, used by some intelligence that understood how to harness its power for specific purposes. The corrupted servants, the ritual chanting, the careful weaving of dark magic, all of it pointed to a plan that extended far beyond the simple defense of territory. The wizard climbed faster, using every trick and technique he had learned in long years of navigating dangerous places. He sent bolts of lightning down at the pursuing creatures, not to destroy them, but to buy precious seconds of respite. He caused sections of the stair to collapse behind him, though he knew such obstacles would only slow the Balrog momentarily. He wove illusions and misdirections, trying to confuse the orcs that harried him from side passages. As he ascended past the third deep, Gandalf began to hope that he might actually escape. The Balrog, for all its power, was slow in its movements, and the corrupted servants lacked the agility to catch him on the stairs. The orcs were more nimble, but they were also more cautious, wary of getting too close to the white light that blazed from his staff. If he could just maintain his pace for a little longer, he would reach the upper levels where the air was cooler and his strength might return. But the Balrog had other plans. With a gesture of its fiery sword, it sent a wave of flame rushing up the grand stair, a torrent of heat and destruction that consumed everything in its path. Gandalf saw it coming and threw himself into a side passage, just as the fire roared past, the heat so intense that it melted the stone of the stairs and sent clouds of noxious vapour boiling into the air. The passage he had entered led away from the grand stair deeper into the network of corridors and chambers that honeycombed this level of Moria. Gandalf ran blindly, no longer following any map or plan, simply trying to put distance between himself and his pursuers. Behind him, he could hear the Balrog's roar of frustration and the sounds of orcs scrambling to follow him into the side passages. He emerged into a great hall, one he did not immediately recognize from the ancient maps. It was filled with broken statues and fallen pillars, the remnants of some grand chamber that had been destroyed in the fall of Khazad-dûm. And there, in the centre of the hall, Gandalf saw something that made him pause despite the danger. It was a well, or what remained of one, with stairs descending around its edge into darkness below. But the darkness was not empty. A faint light glowed from within, and Gandalf could sense power emanating from it, old power that predated even the dwarven city. The sounds of pursuit were growing closer, echoing through the corridors behind him. But Gandalf could not tear his gaze away from the well. The light that emanated from its depths was unlike the harsh red glow of the Balrog's fire. This was softer, more ancient, with a quality that spoke of the deep magic woven into the bones of the world itself. Against all prudence, the wizard found himself drawn toward it, his curiosity overcoming even his urgent need for escape. He descended the stairs that spiraled down into the well, his staff held before him to illuminate the way. The air here was cooler, markedly different from the oppressive heat that filled the rest of this level, and he felt some of his strength returning as he moved deeper. The walls of the well were carved with runes, not dwarven, but older, much older. They were elvish, but of a style that predated even the founding of Rivendell from the days when the Noldor first came to Middle-earth and walked in friendship with Durin's folk. As he descended, the runes began to tell a story. They spoke of an alliance between elves and dwarves in the Elder Days, of a gift given by the elven smiths to their dwarven friends, a source of water, they said, blessed by ancient powers and imbued with properties that would preserve and protect. The well had been dug to reach an underground spring, but the elves had worked their magic upon it, transforming it into something more than a mere source of drinking water. It had become a repository of life and light, a counterbalance to the darkness that always threatened to creep into the deep places of the world. Gandalf reached the bottom of the well and found himself standing in a small chamber. The spring still flowed here, a thin trickle of water that pooled in a basin carved from living rock. The water glowed with that soft light he'd seen from above, and when he knelt and dipped his hand into it, he felt a surge of vitality that drove back his exhaustion and renewed his failing strength. This was no ordinary water, but something precious beyond measure, a remnant of the power that had once filled all of Middle-earth in its youth. He drank deeply, and as he did so, understanding came to him. This was why the Balrog had awakened. This was the true purpose behind all the dark ritual and careful preparation he'd witnessed in the depths. The creature and whoever directed it were not content to simply dwell in Moria. They sought to corrupt this well, to poison this last source of light and life in the ruins of Khazad-dûm. If they succeeded, the entire mountain would fall completely under their dominion, transformed from a place of abandonment into an active stronghold of darkness. The corrupted servants, the heat rising from below, the careful weaving of dark power through the stone itself, all of it was directed toward this single goal. The Balrog was being used as a source of corrupting energy, its fire and shadow channeled through the ritual to slowly poison the well. Once that was accomplished, there would be nothing left of in Moria that resisted the darkness. The transformation would be complete, and from this base, influence could spread outward into the surrounding lands. Gandalf rose to his feet, his mind racing. He understood now what needed to be done, but the cost would be terrible. To prevent the corruption of the well, he would need to confront the Balrog directly, to engage it in a battle that would draw its attention and its power away from the slow work of poisoning. And such a confrontation, in the heart of the creature's domain, with no hope of reinforcement or escape, would very likely prove fatal. The sounds of pursuit had ceased, and in the sudden silence, Gandalf heard something that chilled him, despite the renewed strength flowing through his veins. It was the chanting again, but this time coming from above rather than below. The corrupted servants had found the well, and they were positioning themselves around its rim, preparing to resume their dark ritual. He had interrupted their work by his presence, but now that he was trapped at the bottom of the well, they would simply continue from above, pouring their master's corruption down upon both him and the blessed spring. Gandalf looked around the chamber, seeking some way out besides the stairs he had descended. But the walls were solid rock, and there was no other passage. He was trapped, caught between the ritual above and the knowledge that remaining here would accomplish nothing. The servants would simply wait, chanting their dark words, while the Balrog approached to finish what its minions had begun. Then his eye fell upon the pool itself, and a desperate idea came to him. The water was blessed, imbued with power that opposed the corruption of the Balrog. What if that power could be released, not in a slow trickle but all at once? What if the well could be transformed from a passive repository of light into an active weapon against the darkness? It would require breaking the ancient wards that contained the spring's power, allowing it to flood out in a torrent that would sweep through the chambers above. The risk was enormous. Such a flood might weaken the foundations of the mountain itself, causing collapses that could bring down entire sections of Moria. And once released, the power could never be contained again. The well would be exhausted, its blessings spent in a single desperate gambit. But what choice did he have? To do nothing was to allow the corruption to continue unchecked. To flee was to abandon the well to its fate and to leave this threat growing in the heart of the misty mountains. And to fight the Balrog directly, without any advantage or preparation, would be simply to throw his life away to no purpose. Gandalf made his decision. He placed his staff against the wall of the pool and began to speak words of unbinding ancient formulas that would unravel the careful wards the elven smiths had woven so long ago. The water began to glow more brightly, and he could feel power building in the chamber, a pressure that made the air shimmer and the stone tremble. The chanting above grew more frantic, the corrupted servants sensing what he was attempting and trying to counter it with their own dark magic. But they were too late. With a final word of command, Gandalf shattered the last ward, and the power of the spring was released. Water erupted from the pool in a geyser of light and force, blasting upward through the well shaft with tremendous violence. The corrupted servants were swept away like leaves before a storm, their dark forms dissolving in the blessed flood. The water poured out into the great hall above, spreading across the floor in a luminous tide that drove back the shadows and filled the space with radiant brilliance. Gandalf rode the flood upward, carried by its force until he stood once more at the rim of the well. The hall was transformed, no longer a place of darkness and decay, but illuminated as it had been in the days of its glory. The broken statues seemed almost whole in that light, and the fallen pillars cast shadows that suggested their former grandeur. For a moment, just a moment, Gandalf could see Khazad-dûm as it had been, alive with the works and songs of Durin's folk. But the vision faded quickly. The water was spreading through the passages and corridors, seeking the lowest levels, flowing down toward where the Balrog waited in its lair. Gandalf could hear the creature's roar of rage and pain as the blessed flood reached it, could feel the mountain shaking as it thrashed and fought against this unexpected assault. The confrontation he had hoped to avoid was happening anyway, but now at least he had struck the first blow, had given himself some chance of survival. He ran toward the grand stair, knowing that the Balrog would pursue him once it recovered from the initial shock of the flood. The water was everywhere now, ankle-deep in some places and deeper in others, and it glowed with a light that pushed back the red gloom that had filled these halls. Orcs fled before it, screaming in terror, for the water burned them wherever it touched. The corruption that had been spreading through Moria was being washed away, driven back by the power of the ancient spring. As Gandalf reached the grand stair and began to climb once more, he heard the Balrog emerging from the depths behind him. The creature was wounded, its flames diminished by the flood, but it was far from defeated. If anything, the pain had made it more dangerous, transforming its methodical pursuit into savage fury. It came after him with a speed and ferocity that had not been present before, climbing the stairs with great leaping bounds that closed the distance between them with alarming rapidity. Gandalf reached the second deep and kept climbing, his renewed strength beginning to flag once more under the strain of constant flight. The water from the well had given him power, but it could not sustain him indefinitely, and the Balrog's presence was like a weight pressing down upon him, draining his will and his hope. He could feel it getting closer, could sense the heat of its flames even through the cooling effect of the blessed water that still flowed down from above. At the first hall, Gandalf made his stand. He could run no further, could not maintain this desperate flight all the way to the doors of Durin. Here, in this great chamber where the dwarves had once gathered in council and celebration, he would face the terror that had destroyed their kingdom. He turned to meet the Balrog as it emerged into the hall, and the white light of his staff blazed forth to challenge the shadow and flame. The Balrog stood at the entrance to the first hall, a towering figure of shadow and flame that filled the archway from floor to ceiling. The blessed water still clung to it, steam rising from its form in great clouds, but the creature had regained much of its strength. Its whip of fire cracked through the air, sending droplets of molten rock splattering across the floor, and its eyes burned with an intensity that spoke of ancient malice given fresh purpose. Gandalf raised his staff, and white light blazed forth to meet the darkness. He spoke words of power, not to destroy but to resist, to hold back the tide of shadow that threatened to overwhelm him. The two forces met in the centre of the hall, light and dark clashing in a display that lit up the ancient chamber with terrible beauty. The very air seemed to tear and warp under the strain of their conflict, and the sound was like thunder trapped within stone walls. The Balrog advanced, each step leaving burning footprints on the stone floor. It spoke for the first time, and its voice was like the rumble of volcanoes, speaking in the black speech that Morgoth had devised in the ancient days. The words were commands and curses, attempts to dominate Gandalf's will and break his resistance. But the wizard held firm, answering in the language of the Valar, words that had been old when the mountains were young. Their battle raged across the first hall, a contest of power that shook the foundations of Moria. Gandalf wove spells of binding and banishment, trying to force the Balrog back into the depths from which it had emerged. The creature responded with fire and shadow, filling the air with flames that sought to consume everything they touched. The ancient pillars cracked under the assault, and portions of the ceiling began to fall, raining down debris that added to the chaos of combat. But even as they fought, Gandalf's mind was working, analysing what he'd learned and planning his escape. He could not defeat the Balrog, not here where it was strongest, but he had accomplished his goal. He understood now what was happening in Moria, understood the dark purpose that had awakened this ancient evil. Someone, some intelligence in service to Sauron or working toward their own dark ends, had found a way to direct the Balrog's power. They had sought to corrupt the Blessed Well, to transform all of Moria into a stronghold of shadow. That plan had been disrupted, at least temporarily. The release of the well's power had driven back the corruption and wounded the Balrog. But Gandalf knew it was only a temporary victory. The creature would recover, would resume its dark work unless something was done to stop it permanently, and that would require resources and allies that he did not currently possess. A plan formed in his mind even as he fought. He needed to escape, to carry word of what he had discovered back to the wise. Together they could devise a strategy, could find a way to deal with this threat before it grew too powerful to contain. But first he needed to break free from this confrontation, and the Balrog showed no sign of allowing him to simply walk away. Gandalf began to retreat toward the far end of the hall, still maintaining his defensive spells but no longer trying to drive the Balrog back. The creature sensed the change in tactics and pressed its attack more vigorously, sensing victory within its grasp. Its whip lashed out, wrapping around one of the pillars and tearing it down in a shower of broken stone. Its sword of flame carved through the air, leaving trails of fire that lingered long after the blade had passed. As he backed toward the exit, Gandalf prepared his final spell, gathering what remained of his strength for one last desperate effort. He reached the archway that led to the passage toward the doors of Durin and spoke a word of power that caused the entire hall to shake. The ceiling, already weakened by the battle, began to collapse in earnest, great slabs of stone falling like rain. The Balrog roared and tried to reach him, but the falling debris forced it back, creating a barrier between them. Gandalf turned and ran, racing through the passages as the entire structure groaned and shifted around him. Behind him he could hear the Balrog's frustrated rage, could feel it tearing through the collapsed ceiling in pursuit. But the wizard had gained precious seconds, enough time to reach the long corridor that led to the western gate. The passage seemed endless, stretching before him in the dim light that filtered down from cracks in the ceiling high above. His legs burned with exhaustion, his lungs gasped for air, and his staff felt like it weighed as much as a mountain. But he did not slow, could not slow, for death itself pursued him through these ancient halls. He burst at last into the chamber where the doors of Durin stood, still open as he had left them when he entered what seemed like a lifetime ago. Moonlight streamed through the opening, pale and beautiful after the darkness of Moria, and Gandalf stumbled toward it like a dying man reaching for water. He crossed the threshold and felt the weight of the mountain lift from his shoulders, felt the oppressive heat give way to the cool night air of the valley beyond. But he did not stop. He ran down the dried stream bed of the Sarannon, putting as much distance as possible between himself and the gates. Behind him he heard one final roar of rage as the Balrog reached the entrance, and he turned to see the creature standing in the doorway, wreathed in flames and shadow. For a moment their eyes met across the distance, and Gandalf felt the weight of that ancient hatred focused upon him like a physical blow. Then the creature withdrew, retreating back into the darkness of Moria. It would not leave its domain, would not pursue him into the open lands beyond the mountains. Its power was tied to the deep places, to shadow and stone, and it dared not venture into the light of moon and stars. The doors swung shut with a finality that echoed across the valley, and Gandalf was alone in the night. He collapsed onto the ground, his strength finally exhausted. For a long while he lay there, staring up at the stars that wheeled overhead in their eternal dance. He had survived against all odds, had escaped from the depths of Moria with his life and his purpose intact. But the cost had been terrible, and the knowledge he carried was heavy as lead. As dawn broke over the mountains, painting their peaks in shades of rose and gold, Gandalf rose and began the long journey back to Rivendell. He walked slowly, conserving what little strength remained to him, and his mind was full of dark thoughts. What he had discovered in Moria was worse than anyone had feared. The Balrog was not merely dwelling in those ruins, but was being directed toward active evil, used as a tool by some intelligence that understood how to harness its power for specific purposes. The corruption of the well had been prevented, but only temporarily. The dark forces at work would not give up so easily. They would try again, would find new ways to spread their influence through the mountain and perhaps beyond. And when the time came, when the Free Peoples needed to cross the misty mountains in their struggle against the growing shadow in the east, Moria would not be the refuge or shortcut they might hope for. It would be a death trap, a place where ancient evil waited in the darkness. These were the tidings Gandalf carried back to Elrond, and they spoke long into the night about what should be done. The wizard recounted everything he'd seen and learned, and together they pondered the implications. In the end, they could only agree to remain vigilant, to watch for any signs that the corruption was spreading beyond Moria's walls, and to warn others against attempting to pass through those halls. Years would pass before Gandalf entered Moria again, and when he did, it would be in very different circumstances, leading a company of 9 through those darkened halls. But that is a story for another time. For now, he had done what was needed. He had ventured into shadow and returned with knowledge, had faced the ancient terror and survived to bear witness. And in the great game that was being played across Middle-earth, with the fate of all Free Peoples hanging in the balance, such knowledge was a weapon more valuable than any sword. The memory of that journey would stay with him always, the heat and the darkness, the corrupted servants and the blessed well, and above all, the Balrog itself, terrible in its power and implacable in its hatred. When the time came to face it again, Gandalf would remember these lessons and used them well. But for now, he'd earned his rest, and the road home lay open before him beneath the morning stars.